Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the General Council meeting for Wednesday, the 21st of August. Just like to welcome, we've actually got two visitors in the gallery, Tony and Alan Redmond, from out at Geelong. So we've also got Councillor Ros Height online. So I'd like to call for leave of absences or apologies. I don't believe there are any. So I'll ask Pastor Chris Downs to deliver the prayers.
One of the things I've found is I've earned this coloured hair by doing lappies around the sun, is that my forgettery improves. It's the one part of my body that's improving. The memory's not, but the forgettery is. That's why I gave handouts. I don't think you invited me here to give a sermon, but to pray. But I wanted to give a couple of explanations of my prayer. I'm going to pray for wisdom for you, and I've got a definition of wisdom that I use as a description. I want to just touch on that before I pray for it. I believe wisdom is choices that lead to the best possible outcome for you and others now and in the future. Now, there's a lot in that. I put the best possible outcome because we like some outcomes, but they're not realistic. It'd be lovely to have wonderful jacarandas in October, but no leaves on the ground. It ain't going to happen. If you're going to have jacarandas, you're going to have leaves on the ground. You're going to have to rake up. So in your many decisions that you've got to make, you've got to aim, well, what's actually realistic? Then there's the question of what's good for you, as in you personally, or you as in the council, compared to others. If you just look after yourselves, you'll make a whole lot of enemies. If you look after everybody else without taking in consideration the cost to yourself, you'll wear yourself out, you'll destroy yourself and not keep doing what's the thing. If you look to now only, the future will be a mess. If you try and look only to the future, you'll make a mess now. So all of those things have got to be a consideration. Now that's just, now in the future, us and others, what's possible, that's 5 things to keep in mind in every decision. And they're hard. As a minister, I absolutely, totally believe in God. And that's not just because I'm a minister. I'm a minister because I believe in God. And we can come, we are invited by Him to ask for wisdom. Now, if you look at what's good for yourself, you ever notice that you don't always know that even for yourself? You've looked back and went, oh, I thought that was a good idea at the time, but it wasn't. So it's hard enough figuring out what's good for yourself, let alone sometimes for others. It's hard enough figuring out what's good now, let alone the future. So some help from God, I think, wouldn't go astray. So thank you again for the privilege of coming, and I would now like to pray for that wisdom for you. Lord God, creator of the universe, who cared enough about us to forgive us and make that possible, who loves us enough to die for us. You said we can come and ask for wisdom. Lord, we recognise that this group has been given a task of making many decisions in this area to look after the people of this area, the infrastructure of this area, the nature of this area. Lord, we pray for wisdom for them. Lord, we pray that there be knowledge and insights, that the evidence needed for making decisions, the information they need be able to be brought across their path. We pray that you enable those things. Lord, we live in an era where there's sometimes way too much information coming across our path. We pray that the right bits of information will just pop off the page to the people that need to see it. Lord, we pray that you give wisdom in what is actually good. Sometimes we struggle to know what's good and bad in sometimes. Lord, we pray that you'll help them to see the good. Lord, we pray that you will help each of the councillors as they're making decisions and as a combined group to consider what is good for the council itself, but also for all the people of our community, the South Burnett, but also the South Burnett in connection with the wider community of Queensland and Australia. Lord, we can't always fit all of those things, but we just pray that you will give them wisdom in balancing. Lord, we also know that some decisions need to be made that are about now and some about the future. We pray that as the councillors consider those things, you will guide them and give them wisdom in making those decisions. Lord, help them to also to consider the realities we're facing and go, I know this would be good, but it's not possible. We pray for the best possible outcomes. So, Lord, we thank you for them. We pray your blessing on them. We pray that you will give each councillor wisdom in what is to speak for and what to vote for in the decisions they have to make. We pray that you give them an extra ability to articulate and say what is on their heart and mind towards the good of their community. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Pastor Chris. So we'll now move on to recognition of traditional owners, and I'll ask Councillor Deb Deneen.
I'll wing it. Marvellous. I'd like to acknowledge the country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge our elders, both past, present and emerging.
Thank you, Councillor
Thanks.
Deb. Now move on to declaration of interest. I believe, has any councillors a declaration of interest? I believe Councillor Heath Sander, you've got declaration.
I, Councillor Heath Sander, have a declarable conflict of interest in item 14.16, the sublease of Baramba Dragons Incorporated. This declarable conflict of interest arises because my wife and I manage the Jockey Peterson Dam. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter, and I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, where I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, or I must leave the meeting, including the area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Heath. If you want to step outside, then we can make a decision. So, Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe that Councillor Sanders should actually stay in the room, should be allowed back in the room to vote and discuss this matter, because I don't believe he will gain anything or lose anything from this discussion.
So, would you like to move that?
Yes.
Thank
please.
you, Councillor Deneen, and seconded by Councillor Little. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put to Councillor Erkins.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I believe that his presence in the room would actually be an asset to us on decision making. He would probably have knowledge that we wouldn't personally know.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Linda. Do you want to let Councillor Sander know that he can come back in? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Sanders. So the vote was that you could stay in for that particular item. So now we'll move on to deputations and petitions. I don't believe we have any. So confirmation of minutes of previous meeting, item 7.1 on page 6. Would someone like to move the minutes be received? Councillor Erkins, someone to second that. Councillor Little, any discussion around the minutes? Any questions? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now I just wanted to also acknowledge our acting General Manager of Finance. General Manager of Susan Jarvis is on leave at the moment, and we have Kerry Anderson is the acting GM of Finance. So welcome to the team today. So now I'm going to call on the divisional councillors for their updates, and just so the gallery and anyone watching online know, we're live. We're going to actually have our media Christy to do a video of each of the councillors so that they can use the video to put on their Facebook, and we'll put it on our South Bennett Regional Council Facebook so that anyone who misses this meeting can actually see the divisional councillor updates, and I'll also be doing a mayoral update. So I'm calling on Deputy Mayor Danita to do the first one, and we're just going to go around the room. And Councillor White, you'll be at the end, and then I'll finish it. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Danita Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. It's been extremely busy the last month since our last meeting. Since the last meeting, I've actually had the pleasure of chairing the AGM for QCWA and listened to all the work that Eva Place does in the area. And I also chaired the South Bennett Autism Group, they're just a fantastic group of people, and I'd also like to thank them for having me as their patron. We had the Relay for Life meetings, because we got Relay for Life coming up in October, so please get involved in that one. We met with the South Bennett Saints and also helped them sell their bricks for fundraisers. So us as a council, there's a motion coming up later, which is quite exciting for us. We attended the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce meet and greet, and we also had discussions with Stanwell. We've dealt with a lot of damage in the park, but let's not dwell on the negative and go back to the positive. So we had the South Bennett Winter Warmers done by the South Bennett Suicide Prevention Working Group, which was in the forecourt. We had over 80 people attend that, which was just a great night for all. A bit cold, hence winter warmers. And through the South Bennett Suicide Prevention Working Group, I was lucky enough to attend the Wesley Life Force Conference. I learnt many new things down there, but also education is the key. And I do have one wish for our community, in that everyone in the South Bennett be educated in suicide prevention and mental health awareness. This would mean that we all would have the skills to talk and help each other when needed. So if anyone would like to figure out a way to do that for themselves or their organisation, I'm more than happy to discuss this space. As councillors, we all help support the South Bennett Support Alliance. We served over 90 meals, and with great thanks to Heath, Rowena and her sister Katrina, so very much appreciated. I don't know if we can thank her enough for what she did for us. We met with residents regarding issues including developments, history of the area, slashing and much, much more. More than willing to meet with anybody in regards to this. We've discussed with disaster management and with Ergon Energy and how we can work together in this space. We said goodbye to some incredible staff members who have retired, and we were lucky enough to have them with us for so many years. And on this note, I would like to thank all of our staff for everything they do at work and also in the community. Kingaroy looked amazing for Bacon Fest, as does every town before a great event. And I'd like to compliment the Kingaroy Bacon Fest committee on everything they did, including our very own Linda Little, so thank you. And also, I think just about every Lions club in the community joined in on that one, so from Blackbutt through to the 2 Kingaroy clubs, so that was wonderful. I helped organise the bacon eating competition, as I have every year since its inception, and it was just a great year for that this year. We had the Japanese TV crew, and one of their presenters became runner-up for that particular event this time. We had our first meeting with the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee. I am very grateful that they all put their hand up. We have a great committee that I chair with Councillor Erkins, and it's great that that we've got such a wonderful group of people there that are giving up their own time for the benefit of our community. We also had the pleasure with our Mayor Kathy and our McGrath breast care nurse Sue Cox. We headed down to Brisbane for the McGrath Foundation as a thank you to all their fundraisers. And I also believe that our Mayor may have set a challenge for us in the South Burnett. So I think her sights are set on $15,000 for the South Burnett for October for our area for the McGrath Foundation. That was just wonderful. And I think from that we realised just how lucky we are to have someone so wonderful as Sue Cox as our breast care nurse for our area. So thank you, Sue, for everything you do. We met with the Cherbourg Council to discuss many things that we can work together on, including one of my passions, which is the Regional University Study Hub or a Country University Centre. We attended the Life Flight luncheon as a thank you to everyone in the community. We also attended Vietnam Veterans Day, which is just a very moving service, and it was really wonderful to be there for that one. We also discussed with the DV champions throughout the Queensland getting the Real Men's Rally for our area so we can support men who support the women in our community against domestic violence. And last night I attended the South Burnett Community Consultative Committee meeting hospital where I chair. We actually were able to get Elaine from the Lady Flo Hospital to discuss everything that's happening in relation to the Lady Flo and the new community build hospital, which was just fantastic. So, and Madam Chair, I'd like to move my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Danita, and that was a great update for Division 3. So now we'll move on to Councillor Heath Sander for Division 5.
In the past month, we've met with many residents regarding their concerns in the region. Whether it be driveways, access, roads, repairs, flood damage, rubbish collection, dog problems, cat problems, you name it, we get our fair share of concerns from the residents. We've also met with many community groups to resolve concerns that the community groups have in the region as well. There'll be a good outcome, I believe, today in the meeting to do with a new dragon boat club out at the Jockey Peterson Dam. We've met with the Wandai Wolves and the Wandai Garden Club. We met with the Wandai Show Society, Proston QCWA we attended out there, the Huysville QCWA as well. Attended many wonderful events in Division 5. Attended the Jockey Peterson Dam Fish Stocking Committee conference meet and greet where there was 100 different clubs attended for 3 days over the weekend at the Jockey Peterson Dam and visited many other areas. These guys attended many other areas, Dusty Hill, the Mergen RSL, the Gameri Hotel, and the Mergen Royal Hotel catered for these guys as well while they were here. Also attended Vietnam Veterans Day in Mergen and the Battle of Long Tan ceremony at Scott's in the Bush, where there was 347 vans, I believe, attended Scott's in the Bush at the Bunduma Homestead over a week last week and last weekend. We also, council has catered for the homeless in Kingaroy 2 weeks ago. And we catered for 110 at that event, which is not pleasing to see that there's so many homeless in the area. And we, as a council, I hope we can do a lot more in the coming months to try and resolve any problems with the housing issues that we have in not only in our region but in the entire country. I'm also pleased that council has began working in conjunction with BIEDO and Visit South Burnett to bring better outcomes for economic development in the region and tourism in Division 5 and the South Burnett region as a whole. So that's going to be a good outcome for everyone. And Madam Mayor, I'd like to present that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sander, for the update for Division 5. Now, ask Councillor Linda Little to give an update for Division 2.
Morning, everybody. Last month has been very busy with lots of community events, workshops and meetings with residents. Our community organisations do amazing things in our region. Events and activities happening every week. This past weekend saw Kingsbury come alive with the annual Baking Fest event. This event was organised by a committed and hard-working group of volunteers who have given up their time over the past 12 months, organising to make this huge event and to make it the success that it was. A highlight for me was seeing how many young people put up their hand to volunteer over the weekend and how hard they worked. I played a very small part in organising, so I joined the committee late in the plan. Organising and showing how to work hard and have fun doing it was led by oh no. Now, I hear and read on social media lots of comments referring to, I didn't know that was on. And if you are on social media, my suggestion is join your local community Facebook pages. And I highly recommend visit South Burnett's social media and website. Our local newspapers and radio stations are always promoting what's on around the region as well. If you don't buy a paper, that's fine, just visit one of our fabulous libraries and they can give you all the information you need. This past month also saw us say goodbye to long-serving members of the South Burnett Regional Council team. Their long commitment to working for Council will be missed and we wish them well in their retirement. There are many exciting events, festivals, musical entertainment and other activities coming up in the near future. These are low cost and no cost events. And I highly recommend that you go along and support your local community groups. During the past month, I've chaired quite a few AGMs, attended workshops, attended meetings and community events. All of these things have been an amazing learning experience for me. And I really appreciate the invitations that I get to attend these things. I'm so looking forward to seeing all the applications come through for the Australia Day Awards. And I'm looking forward to reading the great local hero stories. Also, a reminder that Community Grants Funding Round is available now, so get your applications in if you would like the Council to assist you with funding. I often get asked, how are you liking being a councillor? I can say that this is the best job I've ever had. I am so very lucky to work with a fantastic group of councillors who are supportive, kind and fun to be around. I like and respect them all. Our operational staff are amazing people who not only have to deal with all of our concerns, but also offer great advice and knowledge on all manner of things I discuss with them. I know that I'm still learning and I so look forward to each and every day as your Division 2 councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little, on your update for Division 2. Now we'll move on to Councillor Jane Erkins for an update on Division 1.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's with great pleasure that I give my Division 1 report, and I do know that other councillors have commented on lots of things that we do, so I'll try not to repeat some of those things and stick to Division 1. It's been great to see some of the projects completed in Division 1. A number of roads have been graded and still working on others, but this is a never-ending job, as you can all be aware. It's great to see the footpath from the traffic lights to the primary school being completed and parking allocated to service the CTC hub. I've also been working with council staff to have some marked out additional parking, which will give a much needed boost to the number of car parks in Nanango. We are also working with the BP garage and main roads to address issues that are caused by lack of vision for motorists on the Arthur Street East intersection and Henry Street. The Parks and Garden staff also did a fabulous job on the refurbishment of the footpath in front of the commercial hotel, a much safer area, especially for those who need more level area to negotiate the footpath. A number of meetings have been held with community members and organisations to reactivate Ringsfield House. We are really progressing well with plans to open the house for tours, along with establishing an art gallery. We also hope to give the Garden Club a home base. With feedback from the Nanango Tai Chi, the driveway entry will be reversed to make accessing both the house and units a little easier. Ringsfield is one of the items being put to today's meeting, and with the support of my fellow councillors, I hope to see us a step closer to establishing this precinct into a busy community space. Another exciting project I've been working on is the trial opening of the WIA, which will continue for another 6 months to allow licences to be put in place for permanent use. This has been a very popular decision for local residents, and I have had some great feedback. The Nanango Business Alliance was successful in obtaining a promise of in-kind services from Council for the Nanango Christmas Carnival. They have lots of big plans for this year's event, and I'm assured the community are going to be very happy with this year's program. The Nanango Tourism Development and History Association are also busy working on updating local information for tourists and local residents. It's great to see Council and their partner in tourism visit South Burnett making headway in the tourism space. And I'd like to encourage all residents to pop down to our local information centre, which is also a history of power in the area. It's very disappointing to see vandalism across the region. These stupid acts of vandalism affect the pockets of all ratepayers and also can cause injury to residents. I was very proud to represent you, members of the Nanango community, at the Korean Veterans Day and also the Vietnam Veterans Day. I'm always impressed by the numbers who turn out for these special events and congratulate the Nanango RSL, who do much to acknowledge the contribution of those who served. I would also like to make special mention of the cadets, who always perform so smartly at these events. I would like to congratulate their leaders in setting such a great example for them to follow. The Bowie Hall Committee have some great plans to celebrate 100 years of the Bowie Hall later in the year, and I'm hoping councillors will put on their dancing shoes and attend. I try and attend the meetings of this organisation where possible, and thank you to Mayor Cathy for coming along to their last meeting. As my role as councillor, I do attend a number of meetings by local organisations and would like to advise other clubs that I am available should they wish to invite me to their meetings, ask any questions, or to make sure that I'm aware of their needs. We have many organisations who promote our town and area and provide great services to Nanango residents. One of these is the Nanango Rugby League, and I'm hoping to be at Wandai this Saturday to support the Nanango Stags. Thank you. I'd like to present my report.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins, for the update for Division 1. I'd now like to call on Councillor Deb Deneen for an update on Division 4.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Again. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to give a brief update of what we've been doing in the last month, which is an awful lot of things. We're very privileged in this area to have so much going on. I attended the Red Earth Foundation, who certainly put a new spin on resilience at their function in Mergen, with extremely polished guest speakers and great workshopping opportunities. I also attended a discussion held by Bicycle Queensland at Kilkheven that included quite a lot of people from adjoining areas that was so progressive and came up with a really good direction for those involved. You know, we have a great opportunity with tourism here with our rail trails and other assets, so that was great to be involved in that. The Relay for Life dinner again highlighted what a great community we have because people are so generous with their time, and it was so great to see Bucko back in town. Stephen Ranoff, who I might add did play for Bondi Wolves when he was 16 and averaged, I think, 4 tries a game, but we think he's our own still. I was very well, the echo was a little bit damp. We did have a lot of some local entries there. I did go down on Monday on our public holiday for the South Burnett, and it was a great day as long as you tried to stay out of the rain and took your umbrella. Another wonderful echo. I was also very privileged to attend the Vietnam Veterans Day at the local RSL, and it was such a coup for them to have the ADF bus pulled up with people from Army, Navy, Air Force there. Recruiting in our area, and I believe they had quite a few good candidates have come through with their recruiting bus. It was really a lovely day because our former Mayor Keith Campbell's son was the lead speaker, Major Craig Campbell, with a great deal of history with the ADF, and that was fascinating. Bacon Fest was a great showcase to our region. Thank you again, Linda. You did a wonderful job with that, and the other committee. There's so much to that festival, and it's just huge, and it was fantastic. So, and I do have a pig here from my from my little goodie bag at one of the events. Aren't we lucky to have the wonderful entertainers we do in the South Burnett with Ms. Fitz and Mr. Q? They were fantastic. Seeing people of all ages up singing, dancing on Friday night to those local entertainers was just super. I went to Bundaberg earlier this week to have a tour of the Port of Bundaberg and had discussions with people who are involved in developing this incredible asset. And in the future, this is going to be a real connector for the South Burnett because they're talking about upgrading the roads to the South Burnett and to the North Burnett and regions here. So for our local producers to be able to import and export was really interesting and worthwhile. It was a wonderful privilege to listen to Elaine from the community hospital speak about the Lady Follow Community Hospital and just what an asset this is going to be. It's going to be an absolute game changer for our region. We're going to have such a good health outcome for so many people that don't have that at the moment and often have to go elsewhere, which is very detrimental to them and their families. I'd really like to say I appreciate the concerns conveyed to me by residents and the wonderful staff that we have that help me sort those concerns out and get a good outcome for them. So thank you very much to our great staff, to my fellow councillors, to our mayor. It's, as Linda said, it's such a privilege to have this role. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Janine, for your update on Division 4. We'll now move on. Are you still online, Councillor Hyde?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you. So I've got Christy who wants to...
I don't know why.
She's now.
I can see you.
So Christy is going to attempt to video you while you make your, while you give your update on Division 6.
Sure. Okay. Now, can you hear me clearly? I'm not too loud or too soft.
We just need.
You can hear me?
A little.
You're perfect.
Yeah, we can hear you very well, very clearly. We're just waiting for Christy just to get the screen or the monitor where she needs it to be.
Sure.
I'll just.
So do you want me to wait a minute?
Just if you could just wait 1 minute.
Sure.
Okay, she's ready. Okay. Now call on
Okay.
Councillor Hyde to give an update for Division 6.
Okay, thank you and good morning, everyone. So always very busy across our region. I just wanted to congratulate the volunteer teams that manage the huge Bacon Fest and Scots in the Bush events. These things take an awful lot of work, and all credit to everyone who helped out. A bit of mention was made of Facebook, and it is disappointing when Facebook can be very negative when people have worked so hard as volunteers to make these events happen. This is often the season of AGMs, and I was pleased to attend the Kingaroy Twilight QCWA, the Highsville QCWA, and the Waroolan Lions AGM meetings in the last month. Congratulations to Proston State School on their centenary, a lovely little school punching above its weight. It was an enjoyable day celebrating this great country school. Congratulations to the organisers of the Wandai Health and Psychic Expo on Sunday 28th of July. Jude and Jackie did a great job organising this for the third time, and all kudos to them. Within Division 6, it's great to see the completion of the Wandai Roundabout and South Street. It's much improved, and thank you to the staff involved in this project. As part of the executive of the South Burnett Rail Trail Users Association, with Councillor Deneen, I did attend the Kilkeevan Bicycle Queensland event. We're very keen to try and get the rail trail fully developed, ideally right towards Gympie, which would be a game changer for our rail trail because so many people would come and ride the entire route. So that would be a great tourism boost if we can make that happen. It was good to meet with the Darling Downs Hospital and Health Board a few weeks back and discuss the local health challenges of the region. Cooperation between the three levels of government can only help our region. Wild dogs and feral pigs are a particularly bad issue this season, and it's good to see a number of landowner consortiums working together for more effective outcomes in this space. Thank you to Acting GM Leanne Peterson and her team in supporting these groups, and I'm excited about the latest feral pest grant opportunity we will be discussing later today. I don't know about this morning. I was unable to attend the Vietnam Veterans Day last Sunday, but I would like to acknowledge the Vietnam veterans at their annual commemoration, especially those in our region, and acknowledge the passing of Commander Lieutenant Colonel Harry Smith, who was the guest speaker at Waroolan Anzac Day a few years back, as this was the first Vietnam Veterans Day since his passing. And in conclusion, nobody else has mentioned her, but I will say I'm very proud of local girl Taliqua Clancy. I'm not sure she ever actually lived in Division 6, but I think we can all claim her because she did a fantastic performance at the Olympics. She and her partner played brilliantly and were total credit to our region and oh so close to a medal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Height, on the update for Division 6. So now it's my turn as the Mayor to give an update. So last weekend was a great weekend for our region. I would like to congratulate the organisers of Scots in the Bush at Badooma and Bacon Fest here in Kingaroy. They were both fabulous events. I was pleased to see councillors also attending the important Vietnam Veterans Day services on Sunday. I'd like to congratulate the Parks and Gardens team on the presentation of our region. I had great feedback over the weekend on how beautifully presented our towns looked. As the new Mayor, I'm pleased to see everyone working together. I'm also pleased with what we have achieved in the last few months since we have been in office. It's been very important to me to deliver on my 5-point plan that I campaigned on. The first one was to cut the waste for affordable rates. We went through the budget line by line and made a lot of cuts, particularly in the area of consultants, because we want to support and grow our own staff. I was pleased that we were able to keep the rate rise at 2%. I'm hoping that into the future that we can make more savings so that the community feels that they are getting value for their ratepayer dollar. The second part of my plan was to fix the roads and potholes. I believe that the community are noticing the potholes on the roads all being fixed and not just some of them. I've had great feedback about the work being done on the roads, but as GM Aaron said, we still have areas that we can do things better. As part of returning the depots to restore local pride, I am pleased that the phone system has been modified and that a customer can ring our customer service centre and be directed to their local area. I talked to GM Aaron yesterday as he has a plan to move towards a more localised depot model for the roads team, and we have included that concept in our operational plan. I've had feedback that the community is noticing their divisional councillors working hard to get good outcomes for the people who voted them in. The community is also noticing that as a team, we are all coming together to make sure that we work together for the betterment of our whole region. The W4Q money being distributed equally was well received. I will be excited to see these projects as they roll out across our region. The other part of my plan was to cut red tape to give our businesses a break. I was really excited to have our CEO, Mark Pitt, come on board, and under his suggestion, we are going to have a red and green tape buster working group formed to look after that problem. It is wonderful to be part of this team. I am grateful to the support of my fellow councillors, the CEO and our council staff. Together, we will ensure that we deliver the best outcomes we possibly can for our whole community. I am honoured and humbled to continue to serve this beautiful region as your Mayor. So now we have something. Well, I don't know whether it's exciting, but it's news that they opened the applications for the Country University Study Hub yesterday. So, as part of that, the CEO has put together a resolution that we form the working group. So I just wanted to get the wording here. So I know that Deputy Mayor Danita is keen to have a few words about this because she's been very much a driving force to get this Country University Hub happening. So we'll just get the wording here. So the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council, in partnership with Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council, form a working group with the aim to establish a community-led board to develop and attract regional university study hubs. And number 2, that South Burnett Regional Council, in partnership with Cherbourg Aboriginal Council and the community board, submit an application for the regional university study hub to be established through cohort 5 application process. So that's the recommendation. So I'd ask for someone to move that, Deputy Mayor Danita, and seconded by Councillor Little. So did you want to speak to that, Deputy Mayor Potter?
What exciting news. So which means we've really got to get moving and get this started. So thank you very much, Mayor, for bringing this forward, and thank you to Councillor Height and Councillor Little and the Mayor for discussing this in Canberra. So hopefully we can get it and get some of this funding so we can get our university study hub up and running for our community.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. As you know, I have put a little out on social media through the Nanango area, and I know there has been overwhelming support for us applying for it. So, it would be nice to get some feedback too across the region for, suggestions for the board, and I'd like to see the board, positions opened up for people to apply for a position on the board.
Thank you. So just on that, CEO Mark, did we have a plan on how we were going to establish the board?
Yep, thanks, Mayor. From the first round, we've got a basic skeleton structure of what the company would look like. So depending on which way the working group wants to go, given now that they opened it up overnight, the application cohort will have a good look at the guidelines and would like to get the first meeting of all those names that were put forward for the working group and get the working group together, and then from the working group the board will drop out of it and the application. So hopefully a meeting next week. Well, not hopefully a meeting next week.
Councillor Erkins?
Yeah. I'd just like to make sure that the applications for from the community, like that others who were unaware before do have an opportunity to submit feedback or apply for board positions.
Yes, good. That's noted. And so there was, in the first round, we had, was it expressions of interest that you put out? And so certainly, are we planning to put out more expressions of interest, or are we just going to run with the ones we originally had?
The first meeting will be all those names and listed. We'll send out an invitation to everyone that we've got so far that expressed an interest as far as the board members go, and then start consult with the working group as to how they want to progress with the board. Now, last time we put out a public notice, so there was quite a substantive meeting here, and that was formed a lot of the names that was on the working group, and then from there was a public expression of interest. I would imagine we'll have to go through some sort of a public process again, particularly for the board members, but it just will depend on which constitution and what format that the community-led group or the community-led company or incorporated association. What it will need to be is with the boring technical bits, whatever we establish for this thing will need to be registered for charitable status as well. So, but first step is to get everyone working to get the working group together and then talk about how we go from there.
Councillor Erkins.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that, CEO. I just want to make sure that the process is open and, transparent so that people can see, if they have an opportunity to stand, or that they can see that everyone has an opportunity. Those who don't take that opportunity, it's up to them. But just that the opportunity is there for people to see.
So, Councillor Erkins, all the councillors expressed interest to be on that particular group. So we can make sure you can, if you want to go out to beyond the working group, you can certainly articulate that when we have that first meeting to make sure that. No, but if you want to influence the group to go beyond the group that we've already established and go further afield, that's when you need to flag that, because that first working group will be where they decide whether they're going to expand the working group or how that's to look.
Yep, thank you.
Is there any other feedback or questions? All happy? Ready to go to the vote? So we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're moving on to business outstanding, which is item 10.1 on page 35. So the officer's recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Someone to move that? Councillor Sander. Second, Councillor Erkins. Any questions or discussion on the business outstanding? Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. I just wondered, on the RSPCA, I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that, time's moving on. We did get that extension on how we're progressing, because we really don't want to end up in the same spot as we were before, where our lease finishes and we haven't progressed. So just drawing attention to that and wondering, are we progressing on that?
So would Acting GM Leanne like to comment on that particular item?
Yep. Through you, Mayor. Yes, we're aware of that. We are doing some work internally. We've got a small working group within our organisation that's heading that up, and we will be doing some site visits of some other facilities and how some of the other councils are operating their facilities. So yes, works have progressed and all in-house at this stage.
Thank you. I'm happy with that.
Thank you, Councillor Sander.
Just wondering, with a follow-up also on the waste investigation, about investigating new ways of handling current volumes of waste.
So GM Leanne, did you want to speak to that one? What item is that? What page is that?
On page 47.
On page 47.
At this, through you, Mayor, at this stage, we've been very busy in the, ensuring that our weighbridges are up and going and operational. Now that we've got that in place and moving over into that, what we can do is we're certainly going to be having some conversations around scoping up the next step around the feasibility of our landfill, and part of that will be certainly to have a look at what some of our neighbouring shires are doing. So that will progress over the next couple of months.
So that's a deputation. So I think the councillors were going to attend that. It says sending a deputation to the new plant on Sunshine Coast to inspect the operations of the plant. So
yep, so certainly happy to organise an opportunity for councillors to be part of some of those site visits if that's, yep, we can organise that.
So, Councillor Sander?
Yeah, thank you. Just it'd be good to try and get onto that rather quickly before we start delving into, doing new cells and that at current landfills. It'd be good to get some info on that, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins?
Yes, on the Goodger Hall, I just wondered whether there was any word, sorry, the Goodger School, whether there was any word. I know we were waiting on government to find out whether we could get that back for that hall committee.
So what page was that on? On page 57.
Yep. Through you, Mayor, yes, Kathy Jackson is still waiting on a reply from the department. So Kathy's been working on that, and still there's no reply for progressing for Goodger.
Thank you. Any other questions on the business outstanding? Councillor Sander?
Do we have an update on the Monjur church?
Acting GM Leanne, do you have an update?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Yes, so certainly we have had a meeting out there with the community of Monjur. We've met on site with members of the community just to discuss a way forward from here. So part of that discussion is we are keen to work through with the community and the church in looking at feedback from the community about what the facility could be used for. So the church is actually going to help instigate that, and when they do put that out to community through social media, the mayor will also spread the word so we can get some feedback in what the site can be used for before a decision is made in terms of where to from here, of whether or not the church will stay there or whether or not they believe that the church may need to be relocated for another purpose. If there is a purpose and there a need in that community for the church to stay, then they will consider that as an option. But we were just going to go away and do a little bit more homework within the community to see what the options are.
So the church, the community are really keen to that someone takes over. They'd love to see a community group. So I did actually put a little Facebook post out, and I got not just some suggestions, but no one particularly prepared to take it on. But that's still out there. So if we want to spread the word, if there's a community group that wants to, they don't want the church shifted if they can help it. They love it to stay in their own community, but certainly be utilised. And the other good news was that the church, like the Anglican Church, are actually going to they have committed to looking after the cemetery. So it's not going to be a concern to council. They will maintain that cemetery indefinitely. So it's just the church is the issue. If we can just it's a beautiful church, if we could just get a community group that was prepared to utilise it. Or they were even open to a commercial enterprise if they wanted to sell antiques or something to use that building where it is. Yep. So that's where we're at the moment. But if we can't get someone, they will sell that church and probably be moved. Like the Anglican Church will sell that church. So that's where it's at the moment. Councillor Erkins?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering, on the car parking in Nanango in the main street, we've done, so this is on page 23 of the report, or page 58, we've done all that consultation with businesses. James and I went around and spoke to businesses. So does that actually have to come back for our local laws then to set those decisions?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So you'll need a local law to enforce regulated parking and restriction in there. So once your local law's done, you can go with whatever layout that council chooses to implement in those towns. So what I would suggest is if we're making further changes post your discussions with the taxis and the car park, there may be a workshop or discussion with council. And then when you're happy with your layout that you want, then you can implement some changes of layout. But if you want to regulate it, you'll need the local law enforced.
Yeah. It was mainly probably my question was on, I think we've got consensus amongst businesses So it was just about implementing that and what we had to do to implement that.
Yep,
I
so
think it has, since we have been round spoken to businesses, I think the problem has got a little better, but, you know, as time goes on, people get back into bad habits. Tough.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any further discussion on the business outstanding? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 11.1 on page 65, Australia Day Awards Ceremony, Nomination Forms and Location. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council 2025 nomination forms be approved, the South Burnett Australia Day Awards judging guidelines be approved, and number 3, the location of Australia Day Awards ceremony be held at the Blackbutt Town Hall on Saturday the 25th of January 2025 at 3 p.m. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Erkin, someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Everyone happy? All those, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Sorry.
Can I just say something?
Councillor Height.
Yeah, I don't know how to sort of, press buttons or wave. Just a quick question there. It has been rotated round the different towns. Warrulan does have a lovely town hall. Could it be considered for a future Australia Day ceremony, award ceremony, please?
Thank you. I'll just put CEO Mark on to see how we worked out where is there a rotational method, and is Warrulan included on that list?
Sorry, Mayor, I'm just bringing up the agenda. Warrulan can be included. It hasn't, and I'm just going on my history here, it hasn't been, so we've collated back to 2016. I'm just not sure which was before 16 because it was 08 and when council moved to the amalgamated process. But long story short, it hasn't been on the list, a bit like Cumbria, but we can certainly add it to the list.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Height. So, Councillor Erkins?
Sorry, just prior to voting, can I just urge community groups and community members that the Australia Day Awards are a great opportunity to recognise and thank people in your region or your area for the good work that they do. And I think it's a great honour just to be nominated, and I'd just like to urge community groups and people in the community to bear that in mind and make sure that they get nominations in to recognise the good work done by our community members.
Thank you for that, Councillor Erkins, because you're absolutely right, and the councillors need to really push this because a lot of times we don't get enough entries and then we have to extend, but it's usually driven by the councillors, so we need to make sure that those people who do that volunteer work in their communities are certainly recognised. So yes, please go out and get those volunteers. I actually had someone just this morning on a phone call said that there's a gentleman in Nanango who does an amazing job just picking up cans around the streets. So they're the kind of people we need to recognise, the unsung heroes. So, all right, well, on that note, we'll put it to the vote.
Sorry, one more quick one. Can CEO Mark, can Geelong be added? Because it's got a big hall too. They could host the Australia Day.
So are there any other councillors want to put forward halls or locations for the Australia Day while you've got the opportunity?
I think it's something, I think the halls are probably something we could maybe discuss at another time, just because we're going to end up with so many halls and so many places that it's going to, there's a million halls in the area. But we normally, I think, stick to the bigger towns where the less travel for people, especially as a lot of people nominated older people. It's easier for them to get to the bigger centres.
That's true. Councillor Sander?
Yeah, I was just going to say what Councillor Erkins said. Like we go travel to Proston. Like if we end up doing all those other littler ones, you're going to have Tableland Hall, Monjur Hall. You're going to have 50 halls. I think we just sort of try to stick to the bigger towns. Like we do head to Proston, we go to Blackbutt, we've done Cumbria. Maybe a one-off every now and again, do those areas, but yeah, not don't put them into the cycle. Otherwise, you'll only end up missing out on the bigger towns.
Thank you for that feedback. What do you think, CEO Mark? What should we do here?
I've just made a note for discussion, both Wirrallan and Geelong and other little halls for a future workshop on it.
Okay. Are you happy with that, Councillor Height?
Yep.
Any other discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 11.2 on page 72, Christmas close down and staff Christmas function. So the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council, I think the wording has been changed. We'll just So the wording is that South Burnett Regional Council hold a family function in November 2024 for staff and their immediate families to attend on a Saturday lunch event from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. at Kingaroy and form a staff organising committee. Number 2 will generally be closed. I think we need to just change that wording there. It says will generally be closed from 3 Tuesday. So this is to do with the Christmas closures. So then we just need to say offices will generally be closed from 3 p.m. Tuesday, the 24th of December 2024, and reopen on Thursday, the 2nd January 2025, with on-call and emergency staff to be rostered on over this period. Number 3, shut. Yes, that's better. That's better. It reads better. Shut outdoor council services. Field staff from Friday, the 20th of December 2024, and begin operations on Monday, the 6th of January 2025. Maybe just put outdoor council services. Do you think? To tidy that up. And key skeleton staff are rostered on to undertake on-call and emergency work where required during the Christmas close down period until Friday the 3rd of January 2025. Number 5, park staff and 1 tourism staff member will be required to work as advised through the Christmas period except for public holidays. Number 6, council will advise employees to use leave, accrued leave entitlements, example, annual leave, toil, RDOs during this period, with toil and RDOs being used in the first instance. And number 7, the operating hours for the region's visitor information centres over the Christmas New Year period are outlined below. At least 1 staff member is required to work during this period in case the volunteers need help. And there's a graph below on the agenda, which visitor information centres are open at what times. So would someone like to move the officer's recommendation? Councillor Erkins. Someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Councillor Sander.
I just want to make sure that the residents watching online know that we've discussed all this stuff in depth prior to coming to the meeting today, and that all the concerns raised during past seasons where parks and that haven't been mowed and stuff like that, it has been discussed. And if we do, it all depends on the weather. General managers have assured us that if the weather does, if we get an influx of rain, then there will be park staff available to maintain the town areas and stuff like that, just to make sure that the ratepayers do know that we have looked at this and it was an issue last time, and we're assured that it'll be taken care of this time.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sander. That is correct. Everyone is concerned around the Christmas period. We have visitors to our region and we want to make sure that it looks amazing. So that's why we've got that staff, like the skeleton staff, but if it rains, obviously we'd have to have additional staff called in. and hopefully we don't get a flood, so, which has happened in past years. So we're just tidying up the wording. It was just the way I read it. It just didn't read. Well, it's the officer's recommendation that South Burnett Regional Council, well, it actually needs to be shut outdoor council services, because then that reads correctly. So it does need to stay the same. So. Yeah, if we just at that number 2, yeah, the officers, that just, for me, that tidies it up better. Are you happy with that, CEO Mark? All right, are we ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 12.1 on page 75, the adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Youth Council Policy Strategic 029. The officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council Policy Strategic 029 be adopted as presented. The councillors have discussed this policy. I've got Deputy Mayor Danita wants to move that. Someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Deputy Mayor Potter.
Yeah, so we have changed this policy a little bit with thanks to Councillor Erkins, and I sat down and went right through it. But look, I really would like to let people know that we do have some vacancies. So if you've got students, if you've got children of your own that you think would be interested in joining Youth Council, please come and let us know, because we're more than willing to take on more for this. And because with the change of policy, it means they can carry through to next year as well. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter. Any other discussion? If not, it's been moved and seconded, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 12.2 on page 80, which is the adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Recognition of Service Policy Strategic 012. Someone to move that? That the officer's recommendation be adopted. Councillor Little, seconded Councillor Deneen. Any discussion on this particular policy? Did you want to just give a quick update, CEO Mark, on what any changes or what that policy means?
Thank you, Mayor, and through the Chair. It's one that we brought in, so over the last few years, to recognise staff. First anniversary in 5 years, verbal, and then there's certification and scaling levels from 10 to 20, 30, 40, 50 years of service. So we've had, as councillors have mentioned, a number of staff that have hit, even this year, 40 years and 30. 50 is getting fairly rare, but we have had a couple come through the system with 50 years, and it just formalises the process that we use each year to acknowledge the great service to the community and to the council that these staff have undertaken. So this version of it was just literally a tidy up and refresh in accordance with our policy every couple of years.
So it is important that we recognise our staff, and we need to promote and hoping in this term to excite the staff to have absolute, and I know that there's so many of them are passionate and have so much pride in working for South Burnett Regional Council, but I want this to be, as we've said before, the best council in Queensland, and we want it to be one where everybody feels like they're part of a team and that they feel like they are proud to represent our region in both as councillors, as we've said before, but also that the staff are proud to carry the emblem on their shirts, their work shirts, that they are working for South Burnett Regional Council. So that's why we recognise them, we want them to stay, and we want them to be proud of our region. So that's why this policy is very, very important. So, Councillor Erkins?
I know, Madam Mayor, that when we attend these ceremonies that there's lots of great things said about the staff members and the service that they've put in. But what has been especially refreshing is to hear some of the feedback from some of those staff members who have congratulated council, their supervisors and council, and you know how happy they are working their job, and that really, as a councillor, I think is something that's so great to hear. And you know, let's hope that we get more of that, because it's obviously that they're getting job satisfaction if someone's working for the same firm, same company for 40 years, and it's so great then to hear, you know, how they have enjoyed working with council. So that was really great to hear that from a couple of the staff.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas, for that feedback, because it is very important that we have the staff feeling that they're part of the team and that they're proud to work for us, or for the community. So, any other comments, questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 12.3 on page 85, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Rate Collection Policy Statutory 041. And the officer's recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council Rate Collection Policy Statutory 041 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Little. Someone to second that? Deputy Mayor Danita. Any discussion? So this is Council. Acting GM Kerry, would you like to just give a little spiel about this particular policy?
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor. So most of this policy is similar to what it was prior. We have added in, though, a clause around non-standard payment arrangements. So we've put in some avenues where the Manager of Finance, General Manager of Finance, or the CEO can sign off on some longer payment arrangements for residents, just to help out without them then having to come to council or potentially go down the financial hardship route and have to provide all that information. So that we found, or we thought, was quite a win, and again helps with the red tape cutting out by allowing some of these payment arrangements to get signed off for longer payment times.
Thank you, Acting GM Kerry. Deputy Mayor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to say thank you to the staff, Kerry and the team, for bringing this to us, but also I'd like to let it be known that we do have a hardship policy, and if anyone is experiencing hardships, I know we've all just received our rates, please contact council now. Don't wait until you've gotten that final notice or anything like that. Please come and see us now so we can work something out with you now. You know, you're not the only one in that position. There are many others who are feeling the same way, so please just come and talk to us.
Thank you, and that's important, but also that everyone needs to know that there's an option to get on a payment plan as well, so that we've got numerous ratepayers, residents on payment plans. So that's also a good option if you're struggling to pay the rates. So we've had a mover, Councillor Little, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Danita. So we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving on to adoption to item 12.4 on page 92, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council dealing with a complaint involving the Chief Executive Officer policy, statutory 054. So the officer's recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council dealing with the complaint involving the Chief Executive Officer policy, statutory 054, be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Erkin, seconded Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? So this one, did you want to just give a quick reason why we have this particular policy? So, CEO Mark.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair. Could I just say the government says we have to?
Okay, so it's
legislative. Yeah,
so it's a legislative requirement to have this particular policy.
Yeah, and again, it gives a framework. So it's been a tidy up, just a review of the legislation. The crime Conduct Commission does a template, and we run this one through them to make sure it gets their feedback and comment on it as it was when it was first introduced by legislation. It literally is a tidy up with the legislation and to bring it and make sure that it hasn't got out of line with the changes to recent legislation. So it's been through the CCC, it's got their tick back, and it's been through all its normal consultative processes and just up for adoption, Mayor.
Thank you, CEO Mark. So we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 12.5 on page 98. Notice to repeal South Bank Regional Council Infrastructure Quality Policy Statutory 029. I think we wanted to change that wording to actually notice to retain the South Bank Regional Council Infrastructure Quality Policy Statutory 029. So someone like to move that we're changing it to notice to retain.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it actually says it's to be received, the new wording on the computer screen.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Just to be received. So we're not changing it. We're just receiving it. So Councillor Little was going to move that, and Councillor Sander was to second that. So it's just we're not changing that policy at all. We're just receiving it. So any questions? Everyone happy to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.6 on page 104, the monthly financial information update. So that's on page 104. So the officer's recommendation is that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland, as at the 31st of July 2024, be received and noted. Would someone like to move that? Deputy Mayor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Did you want to give a quick update, Acting GM Kerry?
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor. Council has finished the July period with a strong cash position of almost 58 million, which includes 85% of Council's financial assistance grant allocation for the 24-25 year. Outstanding debts payable to Council are low, with rates in arrears currently sitting at 6.03%. This percentage is set to increase over the coming months as the current rates levy for the July to December period has been processed, with notices being sent out on the 16th of August. The next yearly borrowings repayment of 4.4 million will be paid during September, which will further reduce down Council's debt. Lastly, Finance are currently working to finalise the 23-24 financials with auditors on site from the 9th of September. This process will take roughly 3 to 4 weeks, with financial statement sign-off due to happen in early October. I now present the July monthly financials to the Chamber for their information.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO Kerry. Sorry?
Another promotion.
Sorry, Acting GM Kerry. But I put your CEO. Gosh. Well. That is a great promotion.
I just
Councillor
want to say,
Deneen.
thank you so much to Kerry and the finance team, because they are enormous finances. We have such a lot to deal with the regulations by other tiers of governments and the wishes of our ratepayers. To try and marry those two up is just remarkable, and we have a fantastic finance team that does that beautifully. So thank you very much to you and your team. Kerry.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Absolutely agree. Any other comments or any questions? Councillor Height, did you have any questions?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, we're ready to put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Yep.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 12.7 on page 150. And the officer's recommendation is that subject to section So this one is the Queensland Audit Office. That's subject to Section 213 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. South Burnett Regional Council receives the 2024 Interim Management Report from the Auditor General detailing the observation report of South Burnett Regional Council's financial statements as presented for consideration. So that's the recommendation. Would someone like to move that? I'll give that to Councillor Height. Would you like to move that because you are on the audit committee?
Yes.
Because we can't see
Yes,
your
I would like
hand,
to.
and that way you can be involved. And someone
I have been putting it up quite often.
I can't see it.
I know it's tricky for you. Yes,
Well,
I'm happy to move that.
we've got you as moving that one, and Councillor Sander has seconded that one. Would you like to speak to this particular one?
No, I'm happy that the audit report, the auditors, Queensland Audit Office do a great job, and I know the finance team work closely with them because you've always got to keep your auditors happy. So I read through that report and I think that's fine. I'm very happy with that. Thank you.
All right. Any questions on this particular item? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. I can actually see you now, Councillor Height. So if you want to put your hand up, that'll be good. So now we're moving on to item 12.8, South Burnett Regional Council Operational Plan on page 159. So the officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council Operational Plan 23-24, the fourth quarter review, be adopted as presented. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded Councillor Little. So any questions on that operational plan? Everyone happy? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving to morning tea. Someone like to move that we go to morning tea? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Deneen. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. I invite those in the gallery to come for morning tea. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. I'll ask someone to move that we resume the meeting. Deputy Mayor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We're moving on to item 13.1 on page 220, that South Bennett Regional Council accept the tender from O'Reilly, Nunn & Favier as the Tier 1 contractor for supply and delivery of civil construction surveyor services for a period of 24 months with a fixed period of 12 months for rates and prices. So someone to move that. Deputy Mayor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. Any discussion? Do we want to... This one is item 13.1 on page 220. So do we have any officer wanted to... So it was moved by Deputy Mayor Potter and seconded by Councillor Height. So do we have any officer want to outline the preferred supplier arrangement and why? GM Meehan? Or
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So we have a preferred supplier arrangement. In this case, it's a choice of a local supplier to provide surveying services for council as part of our cadastral surveying, but also construction set out as well.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Erkins?
Is this a firm that all our staff leave and go to? It's not, okay.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. So do we have any other questions or comments? Are we ready to vote? Okay, it's been moved and seconded, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 13.2 on page 223, and that is the minutes of the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting held the 20th of June 2024. The officer's recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council receive and note the attached minutes and recommendation of the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting held on the 20th of June 2024. Someone to move that? Councillor Little. Someone to second that? Councillor Erkins. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate from these minutes that the community of Blackbutt would be most upset if there was any parking arrangements that were changed and we got rid of the centre parking in town. As it is, we struggle on a weekend to have enough parking for all of our visitors and rail trail users and our locals. So, as I say, I just wanted to reiterate that we would not want to see any changes to our parking arrangements.
So, GM Meehan, did you want to address that point?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I've just noted that for James, so in the councillor's feelings on that. So I'm not aware of centre parking to be removed. I think it's noted there that there would be a fair bit of community anguish over that. So I've just noted that for James to make him aware of the councillor's feedback.
Yeah, I will just say it did come up at the last meeting that there was TMR were not really pleased with how it was, especially with the fact we don't have a pedestrian crossing. We only have a school crossing that is manned on school days. And yeah, they were saying they would prefer to get rid of centre parking.
You're actually the actual GM, Aaron. Sorry, not acting. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, no, so through you, Madam Mayor, so I've just made note that council's position at this stage is we wouldn't be supporting that. That's it.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Kathy, Councillor
Councillor Height.
Yeah, just an error in item 7 on the minutes. It says Mount Waroolan Road, Mount Waroolan Road isn't in Waroolan, it's in Kingaroy.
Thank you for that change. Shall we just note that? And GM Meehan, you're all over that one. So just on that, there was a fair bit of concern about the speed in, was it Seaford Road, Seaford Street?
Yeah.
So did someone want to outline that? Because there's been community concern around the lack of consultation and why that's been changed.
Yeah, through
Can I
Madam.
make a comment on that after? You go, yeah.
No, you're. Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So, yeah, Councillor Heights raised that issue with us and asked for that to be placed on the TAC committee for September. So that'll be placed on there. Following that, I've asked James. He's obviously communicated some of the reasons for change. With that, we'll work with Councillor Height to communicate that to the community and how that goes forward. So we'll work on that over the next month to provide further information in regards to that, and if there's any further consultation that we're going to do in relation to that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Height.
Yeah, I have made a commitment to the residents of that street, and I mean it's half a dozen, not many, that I would go and speak to each of them, and then what I'd like to do is bring that feedback back. I mean, I'm not convinced that the feedback is all going to be one way or the other, but I just feel that it would be worth having that feedback from the residents of that street to come back to the TAC to be considered in any deliberations whether to continue with the 80k or to return to the 100k. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Just on that, GM Aaron, was there consultation, or is it's not a requirement, and they just, the main roads make that decision, or is that something that council has input into, or how does that happen without the community sort of knowing that that's going to happen?
Yeah, through Madam Mayor. So it's one thing I've just flagged with James is to work with council about how we review that process. So generally speaking, speed limits aren't set through community consultation. They're set under an engineering standard by an RPEQ. But that's not to say we can't improve some consultation, maybe communicating reasons why we may change something. And also ask for, there's input into some of those things where people may be seeking a reduction or raise a concern. I think in future, and I know it was a historical, it's been around for a while, that change was coming. So I've just asked James and the team to review that process, and also that we work with the local councillor if we are making traffic changes in their area, and see if we can do, make some improvements to that to inform the community if there is a change and what those reasons are.
Thank you. That sounds like a good way forward. Any other questions, concerns? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 13.3 on page 230, which is application for temporary road closure. So that officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council advise the applicant that A, it will support the request for a temporary road closure of the unmaintained section of Dugdale Road, Wengenville, which adjoins lot 67 FY 558 and lot 11 FY 686, due to the following reason. While the long-term usage of the section of road reserve is unknown, a temporary road closure enables the applicant to utilise the land while still allowing for future infrastructure potential. And B, should the Department of Resources approve the proposed temporary road closure, that there be no cost to council associated with the temporary road closure. Number 2, delegates authority under section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009 to the Chief Executive Officer or their delegate to finalise any and all matters associated with the application. A, execute as road manager form part C statement in relation to an application under the Land Act 1994 over state land for the proposed temporary road closure. So that, could I have someone to move that? Please. Councillor Dineen. Seconded. Councillor Potter. Any discussion? General Manager Meehan.
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, just quickly, just for council's reference, so DNRME will contact adjacent landowners to advise them of the temporary closure and seek any feedback from them also. If the temporary road closure is granted and we require that road in the future, or an adjacent landowner requires it, council can request DNRME to open the temporary road closure back up. So it's quite a flexible arrangement. So I think it's a good outcome for the applicants, and also if there's future use of that area, council retains your rights to allow access back to that road reserve when it sees fit.
Thank you. Any questions to General Manager Meehan? Everyone happy? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 14.1 on page 233. And this one is the Proston Dip and Yard. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council number 1 call for tenders for leasing of the clearing, dip and sale yards at Proston, being lease A in lot 101 on SP 199035, noting that A, the facilities are offered for lease as is where is condition. B, tenderers will be advised to undertake their own investigations to the current conditions of the facility and any capital or repair maintenance expenses required to ensure compliance with the Work Health and Safety Act 2011 and Australian Standards for Livestock Loading Unloading Ramps, AS 4534/0/2020. C, all capital and operational improvements will be the responsibility of the lessee without contribution from council. And D, it is expected that the successful tenderer entity will have the necessary skills and experience to manage the facilities, including the cattle dips, undertake repairs and maintenance as necessary, and appropriate skills and industry experience in livestock management with appropriate insurances to indemnify council from any liability. So I'd ask that someone move that. Councillor Sander, someone to second that. Councillor Little. Discussion. So I think this is a good news story. I know that Councillor Sander and I have been approached by a number of interested parties wanting to take that on. They are very, very aware of the state of the dip facility. The people that have expressed interest are, as has been outlined here, experienced cattle in the industry, and very keen to see this happen. So, just wanted to put my 2 bobs worth in to support this. Any other, Councillor Erkins?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just one of the things that I'm concerned about, where it says that it's expected that the successful tenderer entity will have the necessary skills and experience to manage the facilities, including the cattle dips, undertake repairs and maintenance as necessary, and appropriate skills and industry experience in livestock management with appropriate insurance to indemnify council from any liability. So when they identified the number of things that were wrong, so who decides whether they have those necessary skills?
So we do, because they'll be a tender and it'll come back to council. So we'll be able to assess the tender. So there'll be a process, and then we can, if we don't think anyone's up to managing it, we don't even have to tender it out. We can just...
Okay, so can I just ask, would it be a financially viable proposition for someone to do all that work on it?
So the people who have come to both Councillor Sander and I on separate occasions are right across running businesses, and they have managed sale yards, for example. So they are fully aware of the flow through of cattle that go through the likes of the Proston Dip, because they're in that community. So 100% it would be a commercial enterprise.
Okay, so would it be commercially viable?
Well, that's their decision, but they obviously think it is. Otherwise, they wouldn't be interested.
Okay.
Councillor Sander.
I think this is just a good outcome. Like, if we can get it to, because it's just sitting there at the moment deteriorating. It's, upon inspection, it's probably quite dangerous the way it is. And if someone's going to revitalise it and use it in the region, and it's going to save guys running cattle into Mergen or Kingaroy or the like to dip and get cleared, then I think it's a good outcome for the region.
Thank you. Any other questions, discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we're moving on to item 14.2 on page 241, and that's the systematic dog inspection. So the officer's recommendation is the South Bank Regional Council resolves to 1. Note the findings and recommendations outlined in the officer's report, and 2. Commend those pet owners who cooperated with council's officers during the inspection program. So would someone like to move that? Deputy Mayor Potter, and seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. It's probably the quickest recommendation we've ever had, resolution about dogs, that I've ever witnessed. So that's really good. So we'll move on to and it's not that we haven't discussed this at length. So now we're moving on to item 14.3. So we've got a different recommendation here. It's on page 248. So I've just tweaked the wording. So I'll just read the new wording. So number 1, that South Bank Regional Council resolves to pursue outstanding 2023-2024 FY unpaid dog registration fees into the 2024-2025 FY renewals to be issued in September 2024. Number 2, amend the procedure of dog registration requirements requiring dogs to be microchipped before being registered with council in accordance with state legislation. And number 3, note the findings and preferred recommendation outlined in the report about unmicrochipped dogs and the proposal for microchipping days to encourage an enhanced awareness of responsible pet ownership during the period September to December 2024. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Little, someone to second that? Deputy Mayor Potter.
Yeah. Sorry, through the chair, just the motion that's on the big screen in front of me actually has, yes, I will second it, Linda. I mean, yeah, so, Helen, sorry. Don't know where Linda came from. So just, it's got September 2025 on the screen. That's all, Madam Mayor?
Oh, yeah, so that should be 2025 instead of...
No, it should be 2024.
Before.
You actually said 2024, but it's
got 2025, yeah. Yeah, so that's correct. Thank you for picking that up, Deputy Mayor Potter. So this was caused a lot of discussion with our different working groups, and yesterday when we did the council briefing, and so what needs to come out of this, the community has to understand, or would like the community to understand, that the reason why dogs have to be microchipped as well as registered is it's not council, it's actually a state government requirement. So that's why we're asking that we amend the procedure of dog registration requirements requiring dogs to be microchipped before being registered with council. That's because it's state legislation. So what has been happening is some of our customer service team, that everyone's been trying to help the community when they come in to do their dog registrations, but some of those dogs are not microchipped, so it's been causing a real problem, because people are saying, their dog's registered, but it actually is a state government requirement to actually have them microchipped. So that's the number one. And the other one is that we are trying now to make it easier for people to get their dogs microchipped by having these, where all the councillors are really keen, and the staff, to have some days where we encourage it, we get hopefully some discounted rates, and have some community buy-in and involvement into getting this all happening, so that we can tick the boxes for the state requirements and also get some good outcomes for our dog owners across the region. So keen to see this happen. So asking for councillor input. So Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just a little confused, because the motion had or implement free microchipping days across the region or in collaboration with RSPCA Surrey to encourage and enhance awareness of responsible pet ownership during the period September to December. What was that then? Is that part of that motion? Or is that an and/or?
No, through you.
Yes,
Madam
thank
Mayor.
you.
Yes, no, what we're just saying there, yesterday, in our discussions, you were sort of saying that maybe we could remove the findings and the preferred recommendation. We should actually clarify that in the motion, and that's what we were trying to do there in the motion, is just clarify that the preferred option was to actually have the microchipping days across the region in collaboration with the RSPCA. So that was the preferred option.
So should that...
Oh, okay. So that's my mistake. So you want the or next section included in this motion?
Yeah.
Or implement free micro...
Isn't it,
Happy to leave it as point 3 up there, because that is inclusive of what we were saying yesterday. It's about the preferred option, which is outlined in your detailed report. But if you wanted to specifically include it in your motion, you would have to actually say in collaboration with RSPCA.
yeah,
and
so
you
it's
would,
not an
you
or,
would replace,
it's not an or, it's an also.
it is a replacement of dot point 3.
3, okay.
So, yeah. So is everyone clear on that now? So
So in 3, so 3 is that we implement free microchipping days across the region in collaboration with RSPCA to encourage and enhance an awareness of responsible pet ownership during the period September to December.
No. Item 3 is note the findings of preferred recommendation outlined in the report about unmicrochipped dogs. The proposal for microchipping days to encourage enhanced awareness of responsible pet ownership during the period September to December 2024. That other one was a different dot point that we are not including in this resolution.
No, that's not.
Is that correct? I'll just go back to Acting General Manager Leanne. Is that so? Do you want that in or out? That last or section, implement the free microchipping days.
What we were recommending there, Madam Mayor, was that the free microchipping days would occur across the region in collaboration with the RSPCA. That was the preferred recommendation in the report that we outlined. So if you wanted to stipulate working with the RSPCA, you would include it. If you didn't want to, you would just leave it as point 3 and we would continue on.
So I guess I'll just go to Councillor Sander.
In discussions yesterday, I believe the word free was never used.
Oh,
It was
sorry,
added reduced.
yeah.
So it was never free. And also, it was also discussed that we would try and work out ways, like, just so that people that are online know that we were going to try and work out ways to do it in each town. Not, so it won't be just Kingaroy. We're going to try and work out reduced. It was never free. I don't and won't agree to that. And to try and do it across the region at a reduced price.
And I think that's why we took out the wording RSPCA specifically, because we might have to, in some of the other towns, we might have to use a vet as opposed to the RSPCA. It depends on what their availability is and how. So it was more or less just let's implement this, but don't be specific. So is that, Councillor Urquhart, are you happy with that?
No, not really. Pursue outstanding unpaid registration fees. Are they the ones who weren't microchipped?
I'll just hand over to Acting General Manager Leanne to clarify that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the outstanding DOD registration fees is also residents that haven't paid their microchipping. They haven't microchipped their dogs as well. So we are seeing that in our database, that there are dogs not microchipped and there are dogs not registered.
So did we, are we going to be amending the fact that you didn't have to have them microchipped, and so those very old dogs before a certain date, that's going to be those people, like if you've got a 14-year-old dog.
15.
15-year-old dog. Is that how old Doris? How long ago did that come out? Is that 15 years?
So just let CEO Mark, he's going to clarify that because
Yep.
that is hopefully a good news story for dog owners, is that the older dogs after a certain date don't have to be microchipped.
No. If
So
someone-
that's why the wording was according to state legislation.
Yep.
I just want to, I'd like that to be clarified that people are aware.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair. It just needs to be double checked and clarified. As I said, the information that I've got is off of a state government Department of Agriculture and Fisheries Biosecurity. It's a dog breeder registration, microchipping in dogs in Queensland. The way it reads is that on or after the 26th May 2017, now, being a pet owner, we had a dog at the time. We got ours chipped anyway, but we had an older dog, and so I brought that up at the time. So my understanding of the reason that second bit was changed in accordance with state legislation so that we can clarify and those older dogs, and it kind of makes common sense if you've got one that's 15. Now, if I had and this is where this is the GST cake, is that cake got GST on it if it's made, or is it unmade, or is the bakery selling it? If I'm selling a dog or transferring a dog in ownership and he's 8, 9, 10, or she 8, 9, 10, the way this reads would have to get it chipped because it's for that transfer of ownership, selling a puppies, that sort of thing. So they can't move. My take on it, why it needs to be clearly articulated, they can't move between people without being chipped, but we'll clarify it, and particularly for the front counter and the staff doing the registrations. But it would be a good news story if the example of the 15-year-old puppy, the fur baby, it's probably a bit towards the twilight of his or her days. So that's that clarification. The point 3, if I can, and without money, the point 3 was the preferred recommendation. So I suppose when the alternative wording came through, rather than tying ourselves, and certainly taking Councillor Sanders' point on free versus reduce, it's to work with a partner. How I read it is to work with a partner in getting these things rolled out across the regions. That's the preferred option. Now, if the partner does it for free, I suppose we wouldn't say no. But knowing some of the partners, I don't know that they would do it for free. But anyway, at a reduced rate to encourage people to chip. So that's why.
Okay.
Yeah, point 3.
So just to clarify further then, 2017, if you had a dog, you bought a dog in 2017 and you took it in and you had it spayed and had its needles and what, there was no requirement to have the dog microchipped at that stage. So therefore, now in 2024, am I wrong? Sorry, I'll wait till you tell me how I'm wrong.
So we've got our senior planning guru, Leo, is going to clarify this particular
So
point.
just in terms of all dogs and cats born after the 10th of April 2009 need to be microchipped. That's the requirement.
So what date was that, sorry?
10th of April 2009. Any
10th of April
dog or cat that
2009.
was born from the 10th of April 2009 must be microchipped under state legislation.
Okay, then, so if they're 15, they don't have to be done. But, yeah, I think somebody who was complying at the time had their dog, neutered and needled, and that if they didn't have to have it microchipped at the time, I don't think they should have to have it microchipped now to comply.
Thank you, Councillor Erkinson. Thank you, Leo, for that clarification. So any dogs born before the 10th of April 2009 do not have to be microchipped currently. So that's any of those 15-year-old dogs. Is that 15? Yep, 15-year-old dogs or older. So that's a good thing that's come out of this. Okay, any other discussion around this particular recommendation or resolution? Councillor Hyde, are you happy? Is everyone ready to vote? No, Councillor Sander.
Have we got any grace period for this, apart from up till December? Like if they come in for their registration, are we going to offer an exemption for a certain period of time just so everyone can get their head around it all?
Just to hand over to Acting GM Leanne.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we'll be sending out the notification for registrations at the end of September. We could get some media out is what we're talking about to advise the community that registration of dogs is coming, and what is the requirements, and encouraging people to microchip and to register their dogs. They will be given time to make their payment for registration. And in that time, we'll be running these microchipping days, so that will also be an opportunity for council to promote with our community to get on board and do your microchipping and register your dogs. After that, if people fail to register their dog or microchip their dog, then council will need to progress through their process of looking at sending caution notices and advising those people that they have not registered, and there's penalties that do apply if you do not register or microchip your dogs. So there won't be a grace period, but there will be some time for people to come on board. As I said, because we won't be sending out the notices until the end of September, and we will do a fair bit of media around this upcoming activity for council.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Potter.
Yep, sorry, I'm just reading through this and looking at the different motions here. Now, we've missed out some of the stuff from the bottom motion with regards to point number 3, because we've got implement reduced fee microchipping days across the region. And I do believe that actually should be in point 3, because we've just got proposal for microchipping days to encourage. So if we actually put in implement reduced free microchipping days across the region and take out proposal for microchipping days.
So we've got an amendment to the wording.
Yes, please.
So, and introduce, implement.
Basically implement reduced fee microchipping days across the region. And we've taken out the proposal for microchipping days.
Days across the region. Yep. No, you leave the to encourage, leave that one, but just put it in microchipping days across the region after days. So just ask Councillor Linda Little, are you happy with the change to the wording? We could just make it the motion if you're happy with the wording. And
happy with that.
Obviously, Councillor Potter, you've actually amended it. So
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It becomes now the motion. So that bottom one is note the findings and preferred recommendation outlined in the report about unmicrochipped dogs and implement reduced fee microchipping days across the region to encourage and enhanced awareness of responsible pet ownership during the period September to December 2024. So is everyone ready to vote? Oh, Councillor Erkins.
Can I just make mention that I don't think in our region we have a lot of programs to encourage, like funded assisted, to have dogs neutered or for this at this stage. I'd like to know whether it's possible for us to look into funding opportunities to maybe implement some programs to have dogs neutered, because I know that other regions do have them, and I don't think that we have much in the way of any assistance to help people in this date. And can I just ask, pursuing outstanding unpaid dog registration fees, so that's not going to be fining those, is that going to be first of all trying to get them to pay their fee?
Thank you. Did you want to input, do we want to put an extra dot point there that you want to investigate grant options, or do we want to just...
funding opportunities, sorry. if we can put in there that we investigate funding opportunities to assist dog owners to neuter dogs and cats, because let's face it, cats are really a bigger problem.
So, CEO Michael, just to be guided by you here, do we want to put this as a fourth dot point? Or would you like to be able to help Councillor Urquhart with the wording?
Am I allowed to say no?
Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
That council investigate funding opportunities to assist dog and cat owners to assist and encourage dog and cat owners to neuter
Is it called?
their animals.
D6.
D6, okay. Is that more politically correct? To assist
Okay,
and
so-
encourage dog and cat owners to- yeah.
So, Councillor, so CEO Mark is saying that's okay, that wording. So, Councillor Little, are you happy with the change? Deputy Mayor Danita?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam
You
Mayor.
are. So that now becomes the recommendation or the resolution. Councillor Sander.
Could we also make either put it in there or something to investigate working with uni students? Because uni students are always looking for animals to work with and practice on, basically, but they do come to the area. I know they work with other councils.
So would we be able to, CEO Mark, just tweak that fourth dot point to add that?
Yeah, by all means. I mean, again, you're probably getting into how this gets rolled out. So, like, you're actually trying to design. You can investigate funding and. So I suppose, what are you trying to say? Like, do we want to see if we can get some support to help people de-sex? We already support those campaigns.
What if we just put funding and partnerships in?
Partnership opportunities, yeah, that would be, yeah. And
Well,
then because there are several of those campaigns that we support, it doesn't cost us anything, but we certainly advertise through different agencies each year. They're generally about is September, will probably be coming up again. Anyway, I'll stand correct on the date. So yeah, always happy to support those opportunities, but funding and partnership, that'd be good.
So you happy with that, Councillor Sander?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Councillor Little, are you happy with the changed wording here?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Potter?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
That becomes the motion. Okay, are you ready? Oh, right now, Councillor Hyde. Yes, what would you like to say?
Yeah, just wanted to make a comment. I just feel this motion is all about dog registration, and now we're getting into de-sexing. Are we getting a bit too broad? But I mean, I don't have an issue with it, but I just feel, do you want to organise anything else in this? This is meant to be one motion, and it's getting bigger and bigger.
Well,
Is that an issue? Or is everyone happy?
I'm running with it because CEO Mark has said it's okay. So,
Okay, all right, I'm happy.
okay,
And it's related. I can see it's related.
Councillor Sander.
Yeah, Ros, I take your point, but I just want trying to get it out there that we're not just coming in and saying, we've just done a systematic dog registration program and now they've come up and said that they've got to be microchipped. I'm just trying to point out that we're trying to work with the community to get this resolved rather than just saying you've got to do this and you've got to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's
We'll
right.
help you.
So,
Okay.
yeah, thank you, Councillor Sander, for clarifying that. So, are we ready to vote? Do we need to read it out again, or are you happy with the wording, everyone? Okay, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. Thank you. So we certainly probably was good to have a discussion again about dogs because that comes up all the time. The last one we didn't discuss for very long, and this one took quite some time. But it is a big ticket item for the councillors to try and get this right and to work with our community because there are a lot of dog lovers out there, and it can be very problematic to try and get those dogs microchipped and or desexed if necessary. It's a big ticket item for us, and so that's why we certainly deliberated over it for a long time and quite often. So that's good. So now we're moving on to item 14.4, amendment to fees and charges on page 253. So this one is the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council amend its 2024-25 Register of Fees and Charges to delete the agent's cancellation of sales fee, and 2, to amend the hall hire opt-in cleaning fee. So I'd ask that someone move that. Councillor Erkin, someone to second that. Deputy Mayor Potter. Discussion. Did we just want to clarify for the listeners what the changes are? Acting GM Leanne, did you want to just quickly talk through those?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. Certainly the changes are around the agent's cancellation fees, that when there's a cancellation regarding a sale, there's no great cost to the organisation because they've cancelled, and therefore there's no further works that we need to prepare for that sale, so we can reduce or delete that fee. Regarding the hall hire, if someone was to hire the hall and they wanted to have council to undertake the cleaning after their function, there would be an option to opt in and select the cleaning fee. So the hirer would be able to opt in, and they're the new rates for cleaning. The cleaning rates have been calculated based on the hiring of a commercial cleaner to come in on weekdays and on weekends. So the fee there represents what those commercial rates are.
Thank you, Acting GM Leanne. Any questions? So we're ready to vote? Put it to the vote. So just make a note that Councillor Hyde has left the meeting. So are we ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Carried 6-1. Oh, sorry, 6-0. Sorry, 6-0. So yeah, because Councillor Hyde's not in the room. Yeah. So now we're moving on to item 14.5 on page 255, access licence lot 2 on RP 27660 and Mountain View Lane. So the recommendation is that the matter be lifted from the table. So I need someone to move that Deputy Mayor Potter, someone to second that, Councillor Deneen, put that to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. And that the number 2 is that South Bennett Regional Council enter an access licence for part of Lot 2 on RP 27660 and the remaining unmade section of Mountain View Lane with Ergon Energy Corporation Limited for a term of 10 years. And number 3, pursuant to section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, South Bennett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the access licence with Ergon Energy Corporation Limited on terms considered satisfactory to Council. Someone to move that. Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Councillor Sander?
I think I just, when this came to council, I think I just requested more information on it just to make sure that the adjoining landowners were happy with it, and that seems to have all been approved now. So yeah, I'm happy for this to go.
So any other comments or discussion? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 14.6 on page 420. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council 1. Progress the repairs to the Kingaroy Memorial Park playground equipment, soft fall and shade structure, and install additional lighting and CCTV to improve community safety and reduce vandalism. Number 2, reallocation building capital budget of $223,405 from the existing 24-25 program and allocation $51,595 from the building restricted cash. Number 3, consider funding of $150,000 in the 25-26 capital expenditure budget to replace playground equipment that is at end of life, some of which has already been removed from the site. So someone to move that, Deputy Mayor Danita, someone to second that, Councillor Little. So any discussion? So I do know that, and Councillor Hyde has left the room, but she did mention to me that she was wanting to consider putting item number 3 as a separate resolution. But I think because of the wording, because she said that, you know, we were preempting that we would spend the 150,000 in the cap in 25-26, but we've got, the wording is consider funding, so we can still just make that decision when we do the budget deliberation. So I know that she's not here to speak to that, but I just wanted to flag that I've put that forward, and I think that that's fair that we just leave it as 1, 2, 3 dot points. Councillor Sander?
I just want to point out, are we going to request restitution from any of the ones that were charged with this damage?
So I just ask acting GM or CEO Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Anywhere we can prosecute, we will, and we'll prosecute to the full force of the law. Through that prosecution, any restitution we can get, we will, and we actively seek restitution. Now, regrettably, the system doesn't allow for a lot of opportunity on occasions, but we will actively seek restitution.
Thank you.
So just so the community knows that this act of vandalism has cost our region and our ratepayers close to or over $250,000. That's the act of vandalism, that we have no way of recovering those costs unless we can seek restitution, as the CEO Mark has said. But it's a sad state of affairs when that happens in our community. So just wanted to flag that we, you know, what it's costing and try and deter as much vandalism as we can across our region. Deputy Mayor Potter?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I just want to say that this is something that a lot of councils have to deal with, but we, as the South Burnett Regional Council, have had to deal with so much of this, even just during the term that that has just started with the new councillors in, and it's not very nice for us to have to deal with it. The lighting of fires in toilets, replacing toilet seats might seem simple now, but when they've wrecked a toilet seat that, you know, in the disability toilet that's worth a lot more money, you can't just go and buy it at Bunnings for $7. We have to order them specially in, and then that then closes that toilet for the people that are homeless. So it's not just the ratepayers, it's the homeless people that they are affecting as well. And I wish there was other ways we could deal with some of these kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter. Councillor Erkins.
Yeah, I just want to agree entirely with what Councillor Potter said, but also draw some attention to residents that if you see something, please contact the police. If you go online and put in a report, but don't just ignore it and put it down to vandalism that happens. It's costing all of us, and we're all getting our rates at the moment. Every councillor here pays rates as well, and I definitely do not like paying to have to replace things that have been just willfully destroyed. So please, if you see any vandalism, anyone doing anything, be it simple as pulling plants out of our gardens, you know, please make sure that you report it. Take a photo and report it.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. 100% agree. So are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving on to item 14.7 on page 451. So the officer's recommendation. So this is for the this is material change of use. That council approved the application for a material change of use development permit for a high impact industry wooden and laminated product manufacturing and environmentally relevant activity ERA 481A at 2-30 Kemp Street, Wandai, and described as Lot 106 on SP 331010, subject to conditions and recommendations contained herein. So would someone like to move that? Councillor Sander, someone to second that? Councillor Little. So I'll just ask our senior planner, Leo, to elaborate on this particular item.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. So this is, as you've mentioned, a material change of use for high impact industry. So this is also known as Parkside Building Supplies. I understand that the councillors, or some of the councillors, did undertook a site inspection a couple of months ago now. The officers have worked closely with the applicant, and at the end of the day, we're recommending approval subject to a number of conditions, which we've been liaising with the applicant regarding those. There was one properly made submission received, and that's been addressed in the report.
Thank you, Leo. This is a really great news story for our council. It's the councillors that we travelled there. We had a look at it. It's exciting to see Parkside, such a big industry, investing further in our region, and what they are doing with the recycling and making use of every single bit of their product, and that's part of this upgrade. But just amazing, and to know that they actually design their own machinery and because it's such a unique industry, they've just taken it on board, believed in our region, and are upgrading. So just a fantastic good news story. Did anyone else want to make a comment, or you're all happy to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to 14.8 on page 636, and that is Delegated Authority Reports 1st of July 2024 to the 31st of July 2024. And the officer's recommendation is that the Delegated Authority Report for the month of July 2024 be received. Someone to move that? Councillor Little. Someone to second that? Deputy Mayor Potter. Any discussion, questions? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 14.9, list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report on page 637. The officer's recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council resolve to 1. Receive and note the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report as of the 31st of July 2024. Someone to move that? Councillor Dineen. Someone to second that? Councillor Little. Any questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 14.10, Memorandum Waste Transfer Facility Access Options. So we've got a new recommendation that was after discussions yesterday. I'll just read the updated recommendation. The South Bennett Regional Council resolves to 1. Implement a trial period of up to 3 months of 24/7 accessibility to the Memorandum Waste Transfer Facility on the basis that should the unimpeded access be abused by users through the unlawful dumping of waste streams and undertaking other activities not permitted at the facility, example scavenging, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer or delegate the authority to revert back to restricted opening times prior to the trial commencing, should the facility be abused as identified in item 1 above. And 3, seek quotes for the design and installation of an electronic gated system at the Memorandum Waste Transfer Facility to manage future accessibility to the facility. And 4, bring forward the gate installation in the 10-year Waste Management Capital Program to the 24-25 FY with an allocation of $40,000 being identified for this initiative. So I'd like to move that one. Someone to second that? Councillor Sander. So the reason... Sorry? Yes, that's the alternate one. So the reason why I'm keen to see this happen is because I've had lots of community members throughout my campaign and since then asking why they can't have access to the Memorandum Waste Transfer Station on around the clock, and it was because of vandalism. And they said that the offenders of that vandalism that I've been told that they've moved on, and so that they believe, the community believe, that they can look after that transfer station. So I was keen to let them have a go on a trial basis to see if we can improve what was happening at that transfer station. So it will be only a trial for 3 months, and then after that, if it's not working, we can revert back and into the future potentially put the gates up and have the swipe card. So, Councillor Potter?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, at the end of point 1, after the bracketed section, what... Yeah, okay, thanks.
That ICOL, I didn't know
Yep.
what that was.
Yep. So that should be deleted along with the slash. Thank you.
Councillor
I feel better
Sander?
now.
Councillor Sander?
I just want to point out that we've received numerous reports about people climbing into the bins and that at this facility as well. So with that scavenging, like, we just want to, maybe we're going to get some signage and that out there. Shouldn't have to sign stupid behaviour, but you're going to get it. People are going to be climbing into these bins and stuff. I just want to ensure that we get that out to the community, that it's not safe to be in these bins, and whatever's in there, you know, they're going to get hurt in these bins. So we just want to make sure that that's pushed as well, that it's for their safety.
100%. And also, we will have cameras up watching. So, is that correct? I just wanted to check.
Madam Mayor, we'll certainly investigate. I understand there is possibly, I think there's some surveillance out there at the moment, but we will be investigating further surveillance at both this site and other sites. Just in terms of, in response to Councillor Sanders' comment, there is signage and barriers already there. Appropriate signage, don't get in the bins. But all we can do is we're going to relook at that. We'll obviously assess that, but that site in particular is quite well signed.
Yeah, okay, that's good to know. But yes, certainly take on board Councillor Sanders' request to please, stay safe around that facility. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, just to add on to that, and probably add on to the similar comment to Councillor Erkin's previous item, abusing these sites costs the ratepayer money to clean up items that are disposed of at different sites that shouldn't be there, and also disposing of bulky items that should go to some of the other waste facilities. All we can do is please encourage, the community that this continual clean-up process does cost us and cost the ratepayer dearly. So as part of that, again, we're really wanting the community to do the right thing, and if there's locals at Memorandum that can, I suppose, keep an eye on it and ensure that the right things are being done.
Thank you, absolutely, Leo. Thank you for that, those suggestions. So are we ready to vote? CEO Mark.
Sorry, I'll just add, and certainly Councillor Sander and Manager Leo, it's not just memorandum. While we're on it, we've got signage at other sites. Regrettably, 2 incident reports came through yesterday of people in bins at alternative sites as well. This is not only dangerous, it's stupid. For whatever the benefit that people, and I'm going to be blunt, it is absolutely stupid. The machinery is heavy machinery. One person in the incident report, so what harm does it do if I just get a bit of metal or something out of these bins? Well, we'll forget the paperwork that comes with it now that is just an aside, that's automatic. But one of the parties in the bin had trouble getting out, and so the staff are on site, and so the incident reports have been filled in. People in this region have been killed in this space in previous times. There's been accidents in this space, and it's becoming a little bit more prevalent again. The future fencing of these sites is certainly that council will consider in budgets, but that's certainly one of the options. But if we can absolutely state the obvious, do not climb into those bins. It's dangerous with heavy machinery and noise. The staff are vigilant for looking out for one, but it's not only the family that would be impacted by someone being hurt or worse or killed, it's also those people that are actually attending those sites, their family, their mental health, their well-being when an incident happens. So it is just cannot re-emphasise that message. Do not get in those bins.
Thank you, CEO Mark. Yeah, that's just a strong message to the community to please be safe around our transfer stations, and we'll certainly be doing some media around that. So are we ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now we're moving on to item 14.11, costing for curbside pickup, Highsville, 643, on page 643. So there's been, after discussions, we've had a new recommendation. So I will just read this out and it should be up on the screen. That the South Bennett Regional Council resolves to authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to consult with the Highsville Community Progress Association to gauge interest in the proposed curbside pickup and to arrange local volunteers to help local residents to bring any unwanted goods or wastes to the curbside for collection at future dates to be determined. And number 2, undertake a one-off curbside waste collection for residents in Highsville that will span over a 2-day period to allow for the picking up of different waste streams, bulky and general waste items day 1 and green waste day 2. Number 3, list for its quarterly 1 budget review process sufficient operational funds up to $30,000 to undertake the curbside cleanup for the Highsville urban area by council personnel where possible. So would someone like to move that? Councillor Erkins and second, Councillor Potter. So just for clarification, the reason I might just hand over to CEO Mark to clarify why we've targeted Highsville in particular.
Yep, yeah, happy to, Mayor. Just there would be one slight Highsville urban area. Could we just change urban to village? Highsville village, not urban area. Last line, second last line, Highsville village. Thank you. Thank you. We've had a range of, we've had a couple of community meetings and some discussion with other state departments as far as assisting the residents in Highsville. There's an indication that some of the community want to continue to improve the amenity of their little village, and this is council responding to a number of those requests, both through state agencies as well as community representation, and looking at something practical we can do to assist, and also before the storm season, if we possibly can, is getting some of this stuff cleaned up.
Thank you, CEO Mark. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Erkins.
So I just looked at the budget that we were putting for $30,000, and I just wondered if we could, being an auctioneer, we do auctions on places and we have all that junk, and we just auction it and then we don't have to take the tip at all. Maybe we can organise an auction out there and get someone else to take it to their place. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. I think calling it, if it was called pre-loved items, they might have a bit more value than something regarded as junk. So thank you for that comment. Any other comments, questions? Ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you.
Sorry, can I make a statement?
Councillor Erkins.
So I just want to say that's we talk about our good news stories, and I think this is a really good news story in council to working with the community to assist in, helping that community to tidy up and to meet council regulations with things. And I do think it is a good news story, and I'm very keen to be participating, be part of it.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. 100% agree. Councillor Sander.
I agree that it'll be a good news story for Highsville and the council, and to work with these guys, but I just hope that they take advantage of this opportunity and clean up some of the areas in Highsville that are causing the dilemma that's going on out there. So I just hope that the people of Highsville take advantage of this and utilise it the best they can. 100%
agree. We need to work with the Highsville Progress Association and see if we can get the Highsville community on board so that will be a really good outcome for the Highsville community. So now we're moving on to item 14.12, Regional Economic Futures Fund on page 645. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council is committed to the delivery of the South Bennett Industrial Circular Economy Precinct project and acknowledges responsibility for any funding shortfall if costs or other contributors change during the project. Someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Erkins. So discussion. So I'll just hand over to CEO Mark to discuss this one.
Okay, thanks, Mayor, and through the chair. This is part of the Regional Economic Futures Fund funding that the state government has released, and would acknowledge the state government for their support in this space. So it's the first project for us that has come through this area. It is designed to have a look at, we have a parcel of industrial land here in Kingaroy, as well as primarily when we put the submission in, which is well over 12 months ago, looking at potential industrial space in Mergen, and in talking to the department, we'll be able to broaden out, we think, the scope of that as well to other communities and have a bit of a look. Circular economy is idea of it is that where we can recycle and reuse certain projects and actually create a circular economy within the region, so be it an industrial park or other aspects like that. It's very early, so this resolution is just, so we received 750,000 for this project through the state, and this resolution is something they require. We don't envisage or see it going over the 750, quite clearly see it going over the 750, but the state is clear that if we choose to do an add-on or a value or add to other bits to it, that we would pay for those bits. So this is to satisfy a state requirement as part of we go through the grant approval process. So we're up to now developing. We did a submission, we did a project application. We've signed certain documents between the state and ourselves. Now we're with this resolution, and then we'll do a project plan up for the state, and then we can actually get started, so which would be really good. So just on about 14 months worth of work.
Thank you. Any questions to CEO Mark? Do you understand? Well, any comments, questions? You're all happy with the recommendation? So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Yeah, well done to staff for being able to get that sort of money to progress that. Item 14.13 on page 652 is the next item. So the officer's recommendation, so this is an application for funding under the Queensland Feral Pest Initiative around feral pig management. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council endorse an application for funding under the Queensland Feral Pest Initiative round 8B feral pig management. Someone to move that? Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Councillor Sander.
Just probably, this is Roz's domain probably, but she's not online, so I'd probably just like to mention that Roz has been involved in a fair few of these, some of the committees and some of the people doing the feral pig control, so I just want to mention that Roz isn't here, but she would support this heavily.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Sander. I think in that in Division 6 in particular, there's an Iron Pot group and a Wengenville group. So yeah, that's good. So that would be to help to progress those initiatives. Is that correct, Acting GM Leanne?
That's correct. We'll be meeting with the two syndicate groups, and we'll be meeting with the third syndicate group down at Warrulan shortly. I'm just talking to them about some of their control activities that they've been promoting, and what sort of future assistance they need to continue. There's certainly a high increase in feral pigs across the region. Landholders, both cropping and graziers in the beef industry, are certainly seeing the impact of feral pigs. So they'll support an application and certainly would like to be part of control programs across the region to reduce their economic costs to them and their businesses.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 14.14 on page 678. And that one is a request for funding by South Bennett Saints AFC Incorporated for new change room. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council refund the cost of the certificate exemption for material change of use. And number 2, council to contribute $25,000 from the 24-25 operational budget towards the South Burnett Saints Australian Football Club Incorporated should the club fall short in funding the capital upgrades. And I think we needed to add to the end of that with an option to reassess it if required and to delegate to the CEO. Oh, yeah, sorry, that's there. Delegate to the CEO the option to reassess if required. So that's the third dot point. Is someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Councillor Erkins.
I just want some clarification. Wasn't the they said that they may need the money, but they may not need. So rather than contribute, can we just budget?
Yeah, I think, I agree, because they did say that they probably won't need that money.
Yeah, that we budget that amount of money in case we need to give it to them.
So could we just change that wording?
Better.
To budget up to 20, that is a better wording, because we may not need to, because they've got quite a few irons in the fire as far as potential donations, so that would be only at the last resort would we be required to provide that money. So Councillor Potter.
Yep, I just want to say that the South Burnett Saints have done an incredible job fundraising. They've gotten out there, they've applied for grants, they've received some grants, they've done their fundraising through their group where they've done actually fairly well to try and get this funding up to the $650,000 that they need. They've got people coming on board left, right and centre. So I just want to congratulate the club for doing this and getting this to where it is right now and for improving this for the whole of the South Burnett.
100%. They've been working at this for a very long time. They've got up to, I think it's around 600,000 in different ways, but grants and they're doing all sorts of initiatives to get more and more funding. So it is a really good news story for the upgrade of that particular facility. It's going to be amazing. So well done to the South Burnett Saints. So now, are we ready to vote? It's been moved and seconded. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now we're moving on to licence to occupy Rural Lions Club on item 14.15 on page 691. So the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council, in accordance with section 2361B11 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, applies to the disposal of a valuable non-current asset by way of entering a deed of licence to occupy for area A, B and C within Lot 3 on SP 125007 for the railway building and 2 static thresher displays to the Rural Lions Club Incorporated for a term of 5 years. And number 2, pursuant to section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, South Burnett Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the deed of licence to occupy with the Rural Lions Club Incorporated on terms and conditions considered satisfactory to Council. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Councillor Deneen?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to, on Roz's behalf, no doubt, say what a great organisation this is, an example of one of our wonderful clubs in the South Burnett, because, and you can see when you go to Wirral and what a great difference they've made to that park. It's fantastic, and congratulations to them.
100%. Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Councillor Little?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Janine, thank you. It's exactly what I was going to say, so I reiterate what was just said.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Any questions? Are we ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 14.16 on page 699. And that one is the sublease Baramba Dragons Incorporated. So the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council, in accordance with section 2361B2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, applies to the disposal of a valuable non-current asset by way of entering a sublease for part of Lot 15 on SP 104355 to the Baramba Dragons Incorporated for a term of 10 years pending approval from the Minister Administrative restructuring the Land Act 1994. Number 2, pursuant to Section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, South Burnett Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the sublease with the Baramba Dragons Incorporated on terms and conditions considered satisfactory to Council and in alignment with the Land Act 1994 and the prescribed terms with the Land Regulation 2020. Someone to move that? Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Potter. And so any discussion? Does everyone understand that? Does anyone want to make a comment? Or Councillor Sanders, did we have to note that about the... I just want to note at the beginning that Councillor Sanders, we agreed for him, Councillor Sanders, to remain in the room. He did declare a prescribed conflict, but a declarable conflict, and we voted to have him stay in the room. So, Councillor Sanders.
I'd just like to point out that this is a good news story too for the club that are using there. They're currently out there. They house 2 boats at the dam, and they're just out in the weather, and they don't have a home basically. So they're trying to build themselves an area that they can call home and house the boats safely and securely. The area that they've chosen, we've looked at several different sites for them, and this area was not being utilised by anyone else at the dam, so I think it's just a good outcome that the slab is currently there and they can use that area and have themselves a home.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. I 100% agree. Any further discussion? Ready to vote? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now we're moving on to the item 14.17 on page 709, minutes of the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee. So the officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee meetings be received. Meetings minutes June 2024 and meeting minutes August 2024. Someone to move that? Oh, wait on. We'll do the minutes first. So someone to move that? Deputy Mayor Potter. And second is Councillor Erkins. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried. And then we've got another item that South Burnett Regional Council amend the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee Policy Section 3.2 membership as per the following recommendations from the committee minutes. Number 1, remove bullet point 1, a maximum of 6 representatives from service, providers, agencies or organisations who have expertise and experience in the provision of arts, cultural and heritage in the region. Number 2, amend bullet point 2, amend from a maximum of 2 community representatives with an interest in the provision of arts, culture and heritage in the region. Representation may also be considered cross-industry representation, such as tourism, infrastructure, economic development, natural resource management and sport and recreation, to community representatives with an interest in the provision of arts, culture and heritage in the region. Representation may also be considered cross-industry representation, such as tourism, infrastructure, economic development, natural resource management and sport and recreation. Could I have someone to move that? Deputy Mayor Potter, someone to second that? Councillor Erkins. So I might just get Deputy Mayor Potter to explain what that means.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, because we've got, it only had a maximum of 6 representatives in the original document, and I think it had 2 from community representatives. But the way we've got the group now, it's really null and void with the 2 community representatives, because we've got an amazing group of people on that committee now. They've all got links to arts, culture and heritage throughout the South Burnett. And so that's why we decided to change this so it's more inclusive of everybody, whether they're involved with a group or not. And, you know, it just so happens we do have members on that group connected to different organisations and committees across the South Burnett, but really they're there as their own person, not necessarily for that particular committee. With regards to the second part, I think that was just to take out this, that was to remove the number 6, and also the was just to take that the number of 2 community representatives out. and just replace it with community representatives.
Yep.
So basically, that's all that was done in that second point.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter, for clarifying that. Is everyone clear? Any questions? Ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to proposal for Ringsfield House Art and Craft Gallery on page 718, and it's item 14.18. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bank Regional Council delegates the Chief Executive Officer to meet with the group and discuss options for the use of part of Ringsfield House for the creation of art gallery and exhibitions. Someone to like to move that? Councillor Erkins. Someone to second that? Councillor Little. Do you want to talk to this, Councillor Erkins?
Yes, we've got quite a number of people and members of different groups, the Garden Club as well in particular, that are looking for a home. We've got a lot of artists, and we've got Ringsfield House basically sitting there not being utilised, with a community who are very keen to see it open and become a hub of some users. So I'm very keen to see this happen, especially I believe that it's a two-way gain for the artists from the art gallery and council and community, who can utilise those people to hold the house open, and people can also get to bring visitors and come up and have a look at such a beautiful house.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd actually just like to congratulate Councillor Erkins. She has been like a bull at a gate to try and get this organised and get the art gallery and craft gallery up and coming at Ringsfield House. She is right, it is an asset for the community, and to have it back using it for the community, where the community can go, have a look around, have their art gallery, I think this is just a perfect arrangement for all, so thank you.
Yes, I was also there when they were talking about having this group, and it's just so exciting to see they were talking about running it on the same day as the markets, so that you could go to Ringsfield House and have a look at their art displays and the crafts in the garden, and it's just such an exciting project. Are we happy that the wording is covered off enough? Because I know you were talking, Councillor Erkins, about potentially getting a garden club involved as well, but do you just want to leave that till...
Well, I was sort of happy possibly also to work in with the terms and conditions of the advisory group and mix all that in with the advisory group and have these people be part, so that then becomes an advisory and working group. But I'm happy to be working that in with CEO Mark and be led and advised by him. So long as that sort of covers.
Yeah, it was brought to my attention that it has been included to meet with the groups.
So possibly to meet with community groups.
And take it to meet with community groups.
And probably, I mean, it's not really the options. I think we've actually got to discuss. Oh, I don't know. I'm happy to leave it like that, because I think we can work it. Then once in discussions with CEO and bring that back, and then bring the whole thing back to council once we've got it down and worked correctly.
Okay, so the wording is that South Bank Regional Council delegates the Chief Executive Officer to meet with community groups and discuss options for the use of part of Ringsfield House for the creation of an art gallery.
Yeah, it's probably okay to discuss options for the use of Ringsfield House, because it's not, while the gallery section will be in a part, it's about getting Ringsfield House open itself.
So do you want to leave it full stop after Ringsfield House? Is that what you're saying? Or?
No, I wanted to take out that part of Ringsfield House, for the use of Ringsfield House for the creation of an art gallery and for the creation of... the use of Ringsfield House for the community with the creation, including a creation or with the creation of an art gallery and exhibitions.
For the community?
Yep.
With?
The creation of an art gallery and exhibitions.
Yep, okay.
It's really about, I mean, the art gallery is a great thing to come out of it, but, you know, my main aim also is to have the house open to the community and to visitors and then the fact of, you know, trying to encourage, I know that the garden club are looking for somewhere and hopefully, you know, with advice from them, with our gardens also, and you know we've got a community garden up there that's not being used, so.
Okay, so the wording now is that South Bank Regional Council delegates the Chief Executive Officer to meet with community groups and discuss options for the use of Ringsfield House for community with the creation of an art gallery and exhibitions.
Can we have him there to meet with Councillor Erkins and community groups?
Okay, so the South Bank Regional Council delegates the Chief Executive Officer to meet with community groups.
With Councillor Erkins and community groups.
You happy to add that? Okay, I was just thinking
I don't want to do it without me.
Yeah, I was just, I was thinking that needed to be in there as well.
Thank you.
So, Councillor
Do
Liddell.
I need to be on that as well? Because
You're on that's the other committee. Yes. That other committee is there.
Actually, Mayor, I must admit, the thought had crossed my mind. If we're mixing in the terms of reference, it'd be any of the councillors that are involved in the Ringsfield Advisory Group.
Yep.
So yes,
And
yes, you do need to be in there as well.
Yeah, and that would be with the working.
Whilst I took it, the original one was implied that would be happening. But if you wanted in there to meet
I was
with
just
the
suspicious, Mrs. CEO, that you had taken my name off.
So, are you, Councillor Erkins, you're on that advisory group?
Yeah, I'm chair of the advisory
okay.
group,
So,
and Linda is also.
So, do we want to meet with the advisory group and community groups?
Yep.
So instead of Councillor Erkins, we're just going to change it to the advisory groups. The advisory group and community groups.
Yep.
And discuss options for the use of Ringsfield House for community with the recreation. So, Councillor Liddell, are you happy with the change to the wording? All right, are we ready to vote?
Okay.
Happy? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to summary of Macaulay Weir trial, item 14.19 on page 721. The officer's recommendation is that South Bank Regional Council, 1, continue the trial period for a further 6 months, 2, investigate the cost to freehold the operation or reserve and repurpose it to public use, 3, investigate the purchase of temporary traffic lights and allocate funding in the first quarter 24-25 budget review. Number 4, investigate costs for construction of appropriate public facilities and site clean-up and present findings for consideration in the 25-26 financial year budget. Someone to move that? Councillor Erkins. Someone to second that? Councillor Potter. Discussion? Councillor Erkins.
Try and make it quick. There are some things that council need to do to actually get everything in line for having this go further. So to extend the trial for a further 6 months allows them to do those things that they need to. It's been very, very successful, the trial so far. Probably one of the things there is a bit of an issue with keys because of the fact that our information centre is not open on a regular basis, especially on the weekends. It's hard for people to return them. But all in all, I think it's been very, very successful. There is, some complaints that have come in, but mostly from one person, whereas we've had a lot of excellent feedback come from a wide range of people. So I really strongly support and hope that this my fellow councillors support me on this, because I think it is a fabulous venue, and I'm actually going to be going out there with CEOs for them to have a look at the I actually took CEO Mark out when he first came to town. This was long before I ever even thought of going on to council. I think it was probably he arrived in town and I was ringing up saying, let me show you this weir that we need to get opened. So it has been something that I have been working on for many, many years, and I'm really looking forward to going out there with Aaron and Leanne and, discussing what potential there is for the place in the future. But I'm also keen once summer, don't forget I have got those 2, what did I buy? Kayaks. And I know that Councillor Height also has some kayaks, and I'm very keen for a councillor kayak race, which, because I instigated it, I'll be the starter.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. So any questions? Ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to questions on notice on item 15.1 on page 726. Oh, just so you know that lunch is ready. Do you want to break for lunch now? Councillor Erkins is wanting to break for lunch. Okay, so we're moving a motion that we adjourn for lunch. Moved by Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Little. We've got the confidential. So, seconded by Councillor Little. So, did you want to vote against it, Councillor Sander? It's up to you. Okay, so we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried unanimously. We'll move to lunch and then we'll come back at what time? 1:30, please. So welcome back, everyone. I'll ask someone to move that we resume the meeting. Councillor Erkins, someone to second that. Councillor Deneen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So moving on to questions on notice, item 15.1 on page 726. So the officer's recommendation is that the response to the question regarding disaster resilience funding raised by Councillor Danita Potter be received and noted. Someone to move that. Councillor Potter. Someone to second that. Councillor Erkins. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. With regards to that one, I'd just like to ask what the other 95 is being used for, and I wouldn't mind a breakdown of that. Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, to Manager Deb.
So ask Deborah to answer that one. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. So the other 95 is to be used for BMS boards and a generator and trailer at Bunya Mountains, and that's all been approved by QRA to be able to do that.
So thank you. Are you happy with that answer?
So that's the whole 95 that's left.
Yes, to be used.
What's a BMS board?
Virtual message board.
So where is that one being put?
I think that's a portable one that disaster management are going to use. So I've been liaising with our disaster management coordinator around where they're going to go.
Thank you.
Everyone happy? Are you happy with that answer now, Deputy Mayor Potter? So put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next question on notice was the officer's recommendation is that the response to the question regarding what was the cost last year for Magpie relocation raised by councillors be received and noted. So someone to move that. Councillor Potter. Someone to second that. Councillor Deneen. Any questions? Everyone happy with the response?
Well,
Councillor Little.
I suppose technically we're happy with the response, but not happy with the cost of removing one magpie.
So for the benefit of the gallery, council had only one wildlife relocation, which was during the 21-22 period. Cost was a total of $5,700.82, which included internal labour as well. And that was over the last 2 financial years. So just note that. So are we ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to... What am I on to? 15.3, special charge on page 728. So the question was received by Councillor Erkins. Are we able to place this special charge on other industries, example, logging? So the response is there. Are you happy with the response, Councillor Erkins?
Again, like Councillor Little, I'm satisfied that I've got the response, but not actually happy with what it read, and the fact that my main reason was to try and levy some of the heavy vehicles using our unformed roads that damage them, but it appears that we're unable to do that because it's unrateable land. But I'm still keen that we organise that meeting with the users, those trucks.
So, Councillor Erkins, did you want to move that we organise a meeting with some of the industries?
I would like to move that, yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay, so I'll just get the wording that we organise a meeting
Well,
with...
I move that we accept the response.
Oh, we'll do that one first, yes.
I
So,
move that.
Councillor Erkins, and that was seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now, just Councillor Erkins, you want to move a motion that we organise a meeting with some of the...
If we can organise a meeting with the forest, whoever is in charge of the forest, those trees, and the contractor who was carting the logs out to discuss the potential routes and impact on the roads and a possible contribution. Yeah. To the,
So that's been moved by Councillor Erkin. Someone to second that? Councillor Dineen. So the motion is that we organise a meeting with logging industries in regards to their local impact and transport routes. Councillor Sander.
Through you, Mayor, would you target the logging only? I know that it's logging there, but I mean, would you put that specifically?
not necessarily, organise meetings with, oh, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I would just put it so it's across the board.
Piggeries, the piggeries that are using them on feedlots.
Yeah, not only that.
Those ones, but we can rate them. That was what that answer said, that it's possible for us to put a levy or a charge on those, but these ones in specific, the forestries don't pay any rates.
So I don't think that we can put a levy or a charge on to piggeries or anyone, can we, if they're using our roads?
I think that's what that answer said.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would probably just advise council probably separate the issue.
Yeah.
So you've got an issue where you've got activities on non-rateable land, but you are right, if you're looking at the other categories, then you would probably get some consultation on introducing rating categories for intensive industry. So I would just probably separate them at this point in time, but we can make a note of that to probably have a chat with, because you can introduce a special category for intensive industries, but you would have to do some diligence on that.
Is this the time but to raise the fact that, how are we going with a meeting with Main Roads to discuss the heavy vehicle bypass in Nanango? Because I really do want to move on that. I'll be nice, but that road at the moment is a real mess. I constantly complaints about it. We go and do little patches on it, and all it is, it's just I nearly took a photo this morning. It's a patchwork of potholes, and yet it's not. Our ratepayers are having to pay to have that repaired, and it is basically the heavy vehicle bypass for which Main Roads do not want to. Yeah.
So do we want to put one dot point where we organise a meeting with logging industries, and the second dot point that we organise a meeting with Main Roads? Is that
organise a meeting with, and then one dot point logging industries, and then 2 Main Roads to discuss the impact of the heavy vehicle bypass in Nanango.
Councillor Sander?
While we're on that, though, I wanted to raise about the Sherberg Road as well. Like that Sherberg Road ratepayers are funding up to
the heavy vehicle
the bridge, the Sawpit Bridge on the Sherberg Road, and it's the only road in and out of Sherberg, so surely it must become a main road at some point.
So we might make that a separate. Do you want to, CEO Mark? I'll take your advice, but will we put that one in this, or should we make that a separate one? Separate motion for yours, Councillor Sander. We'll just hold on to this one. So Councillor Erkin, organise a meeting with the Disappin Regional Council. Organise a meeting with logging industries in regards to their road impact and transport routes, and Main Roads to discuss the impact of heavy vehicles on the heavy vehicle bypass in Nanango.
Yep. I could maybe say rather than heavy vehicles, what impact of traffic on heavy vehicles. Impact of traffic,
vehicle bypass in Nanango. Councillor Dineen, are you happy with the change to the wording? Okay, so any other discussion? Happy with the wording? Ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. So just to also note that Councillor Hyde is not in the meeting. Did we note that? Yep. Okay. So now we're moving on to Councillor Sander was going to put a motion forward.
That South Bennett Regional Council investigate why Sherberg Road is not classed as a main road.
So 15.3.1.2. Point 1A. Title is it would be Resolution Mergen Sherberg Road. Is it called Sherberg Road, isn't it? Sherberg Road. Okay, so do you want to just read the motion out slowly for Helen, please?
That South Bennett Regional Council investigate with TMR as to why Mergen Sherberg Road or Sherberg Road is not deemed as a main road.
Are you happy with that wording, CEO Mark? Okay, happy with the wording, GM Meehan?
Yeah, well, if we can investigate why, and then because I believe our first meeting that we had after being elected was that there's a $400,000, I believe, armco to go in over the Sawpit Bridge. So if that, I don't know where that was funded from, but it should be, you know, I believe there's only one way in and one way out of Sherberg, and it should be classed as a main road.
So do you want to be more proactive with it and just actually advocate for it, or just ask the question for a start?
Probably go in swinging.
Okay, so then we could change the wording to say that South Bennett Regional Council advocate, is it with or to TMR?
Yes, I would suggest, Madam Mayor, through you, that South Bennett Regional Council advocates with TMR to dedicate the Mergen Sherberg Road as a state-controlled road.
To advocate, to dedicate the Sherberg Road. It's the as a state control road. Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Sander. Someone to second that, Councillor Dineen. Any further discussion? Councillor Dineen. Okay, are we ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 15.4 on page 731. It's another question on notice for infrastructure. The Infrastructure Department has received the below question. Which one are we up to? I've got... Mine says question on notice 15.4. Which one did I miss? Oh, so
It was out of the discussion, so it's in 15.4. The numbering's just slightly out. It's just where it's set in the minutes, the drafting of the minutes. So yeah, when we get to 15.4, because it was part of 15.4. Yeah.
okay, so the one I've got is on page 731, and mine was the Infrastructure Department has received the below question on notice. Question: how can we change Yallakul to Bjelke-Petersen Dam? Number 2, how much damage was done by the trucks going out to East Nanango during the flood? Repairs and costs to repair the damage. And number 3, is it possible to look into 10-minute parking spaces for Kingaroy Library, particularly for the elderly? So they were the 3. So the recommendation is that the response to the questions on notice be received and noted. So someone to move that. Councillor Potter. Seconded Councillor Dineen. Have I or? So we're doing this three together? Yeah, okay. So are there everyone happy with the answers, the responses to those questions? Councillor Erkins.
Sorry. My question was how much damage was done by the trucks going out to East Nanango, and the responses come back for East Nanango Road, but there was also Mount Stanley Road and Bullcamp Road, which I think were damaged by those trucks. So the answer for one of them, which was East Nanango, which wasn't really, the worst one was the Mount Stanley Road, and that came back at $438,866, which is a lot of money. I mean, I know I was going on about that, about the trucks, but I just want to draw attention to the fact that it is considerable damage that is being done by heavy vehicles on our roads.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Erkins. I'm sure that what you've made a strong point about it, and it is an issue. So hopefully in those meetings we can do something towards addressing, you know, at least having some of those heavy vehicles note that they are making a difference, like affecting our roads, and potentially would contribute towards the maintenance. So is everyone else happy with the answers to the questions? So Councillor Sander.
Just in response to question number 1 about just for the information of the people online, Yallakul had a name change to Bjelke-Petersen Dam like 3 years ago, and the council's just been processing through the different changes, and this just related to the licences and stuff for the water treatment plant, and through conditions that they got to meet, and it was just the names on all the permits and stuff and the licences for that. So it'll take time to change over to the Bjelke-Petersen Dam, but the staff are working through that process now.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. So are we ready to vote? So it's been moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by, I think it was Councillor Dineen. So we put that to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. So then on the back of the question number 3, I would want to move a motion so that we implement a program of green bays across the South Burnett. And that's been seconded by Deputy Mayor Potter. So that we implement a program of green bays across the South Burnett. So that was the question, was is it possible to look into 10-minute parking spaces for Kingaroy Library, particularly for the elderly? And that was, the answer was it is possible throughout the Kingaroy CBD to introduce these green bays, but we want to do it right across the South Burnett, I believe. So is there any further discussion around that? So I believe that GM Meehan is all over this, and he's wanting to work with the divisional councillors to identify where we could put those green bays, and the green bays are specifically for elderly people. And do they have a time limit, or you can just park there? Yeah, okay. Did you want to just clarify what a green bay looks like? GM Meehan?
Yeah, through Madam Mayor. So we've started to trial these around the area where we've got parking, which is for people, particularly elderly people, similar to what you see at shopping centres, and people that need to be a bit closer to locations, obviously because of mobility, but they may not necessarily have a disability permit to do that. But they can also be used by those people as additional parking as well. So we'll be working with each of the divisional councillors to look where we can implement them across the region. This will also give us opportunity to place parks where we can't normally place PWDs, which I think will be a good outcome for the community.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a great idea. So hopefully we can get that happening sooner rather than later. So are we ready to vote? So moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Danita. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So is that it now? Okay. So now we're moving into closed session. So could I have someone move that we move into closed session? Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Little. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you to those who have been listening. And we're just Okay, welcome back, everyone. We just need someone to move that we come out of closed session. Councillor Potter, seconded, please. Councillor Little. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the first item is 17.1, proposed delivery of approved damage works for Zone 13 unsealed roads and risk mitigation options for currently unapproved flood damage works. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council award Yesberg Earth Moving Proprietary Limited trading as Yesberg Earth Moving Unit Trust contract SBRC Q 2324 52 DRFA Reaper Zone 13 unsealed roads for the value of 936,508 excluding GST. And point 2, award Yesberg Earth Moving Proprietary Limited. Sorry, I've got this, the wording's been changed. Delegate to the CEO to negotiate additional scope to undertake flood repair work within Zone 13 unsealed road network related to damage sustained in Tropical Cyclone Kirrily associated rainfall and flooding 25 January to the 26th of February 2024. So I'd like to move that. Someone to second that? Councillor Dineen. Any discussion? So, Councillor Sander.
I move that the South Bennett Regional Council.
So this is So Councillor Sander is going to put a foreshadowed. Just for clarification. So Councillor Sander is going to foreshadow a motion, and then we vote on the first one. We debate and discuss the first one, vote on it, and then the foreshadow one, you know, in the background that this is going to be another option. So Councillor Sander. If the first one doesn't go through, the second one is another option. Councillor Sander.
So I foreshadow that a resolution that the South Bennett Regional Council award Purcell Civil and Construction Contract SBRC Q 2324-52 DRFA Reaper Zone 13 unsealed roads for the value of $855,545.86 excluding GST, and delegate to the CEO to negotiate the final contract. I also delegate to the CEO to negotiate the additional scope to undertake flood repair work within Zone 13 unsealed road networks related to damage sustained in Tropical Cyclone Kirrily associated rainfall and flooding on the 25th of January and 26th of February 24 declared weather event. The reasons for this is the sound contracting principles of value for money, A, and B, open the effective competition, and C, the development and competitive local business and industry. Value for money as contract value was lowest tender price received.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. So now I'm going to speak to the motion that I've moved, which was that we award Yesberg's the contract. The reason why I'm keen to see this happen is because all my career I've supported local. It was the officer's recommendation to go with Yesberg's. They've been rolling out our flood damage all the way through. They're very experienced. Our council team have built a relationship with them, and there's been some where they've gone back and had to repair different areas, but that's all part of, as they rolled it out, they did that where they've made a mistake, they've done it at their expense. But this whole flood damage is not council's funded, it's actually funded by the Reconstruction Authority. So, but particularly for me, it's a big ticket item for us to support local. We have just engaged by EDO to support our economic development across our region. It's a big ticket item for me, and I believe our council, to support our local contractors. And so the other contractor is outside our region in the Western Downs area. So there's two reasons that I'm against going with the outside contractor. One is because it's not local, and number two is because of we don't know how their roads look, how experienced they are, what whereas we do know with Jesbergs, and our guys have recommended Jesbergs and they've been working with them. So that's why I would support the recommendation that I've moved. Thank you. Any speakers for or against the recommendation?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I just don't know that I'm going to support this motion. While I take on board what you say about being local, I don't believe that Purcell are that far from local. They're a Dalby-based firm, and they have constructed, going through their references, they have constructed work in the area as well, and believe that they have pretty a good experience behind them. So I just think that Jesberg do have, we give Jesberg a lot of work in the area, and I don't think it hurts to sometimes, try another firm for a particular amount of work at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any other speakers to this particular motion? Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? So the motion is defeated. So everybody except for the Mayor. So it has been defeated. 5 votes to 1. So now we're moving on to Councillor Sanders' foreshadowed motion. So Councillor Sander, would you like to speak to that motion? Oh, sorry. I'll call for a seconder. So Councillor Sander has moved that motion and seconded by Councillor Erkins. Councillor Sander?
I just, when we got elected, we were always, value for money, and I just believe that my values are that, this is the cheapest quoted price for the job, and yes, I don't believe we've used Purcell Civil in anything in recent times, but it's just worth trying to see if there's, any benefits in using other contractors so that, and it's the cheapest quoted price. So.
Thank you. Any other speakers? If not, are we ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? So that vote has been carried. 5 votes to 1. With the Mayor, just so the people online know that I voted against it. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 17.2, which is on page 15 of the confidential agenda. And the wording is that South Belt Regional Council award Jesberg Earth Moving Proprietary Limited trading as Jesberg Earth Moving Unit Trust Contract SBRC Q 2324F3 for 53 DRFA Repo Zone 12 and 13 sealed roads for the value of 633,711 excluding GST, and delegate to the CEO to negotiate the contract. And point 2, delegate to the CEO to negotiate additional scope to undertake flood repair work within Zone 12 and 13 sealed road network related to damage sustained in Tropical Cyclone Kirrily, associated rainfall and flooding 25 January to the 26th of February 2024, declared weather event, and for additional scope variation to approved repairs under contract SBRC Q 2324-53. So someone like to move that? Deputy Mayor Potter, seconded Councillor Dineen. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 17.3 on that's 22-23 outstanding dog registrations right off on page 26 of the confidential agenda. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council resolves to write off $44,826.25 from the 22-23 FY for outstanding dog registrations. So someone to move that, Councillor Erkin, someone to second that, Councillor Sander. Any discussion? Councillor Little?
I don't agree with writing off $44,826 from the dog registrations, and I will be voting no on this.
Any other discussion? Any other comments? Councillor Deneen?
I do agree with that at this stage, given that there were alterations to the dog registration policy in previous times. It may not have been given out, the notice might have been given out sufficiently to our ratepayers and dog owners, and how much money do we spend chasing that? And I think start again, reset it, and we really need to follow up with them from now on as much as we can. There could be a large percentage of those dog owners, the dogs have gone, the people have shifted. At this stage, I think rather than chase that money, chase the stuff that we're after now.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Councillor Erkins?
Yep, I can see Councillor Little's point, but I believe that it's a very emotive issue, and I know we have argued this out over the 2 years that I have been here, and I know the change to the boundaries on the charges for dog registration affected a lot of people, and it was a very, very negative discussion that was had with many, many ratepayers and dog owners very, very upset. I think this gives us an opportunity to reset, and I would hope that dog owners would understand that in doing this, it's not an indication that we're going to give up completely. It's an indication that we've starting afresh, and we really are looking, everyone should be paying these registrations. If you don't have a dog anymore and it's passed away, or you know someone who's moved and they had a dog, contact council so that we know. But from here on, I think all councillors are pretty much agreed that it's a charge that we have to impose. Dogs need to be registered. It's state regulations that we administer that, and there are costs to do it. So from here on, although I'm very supportive, move the motion, very supportive of it, I want my community to know that it's not a never-ending bucket of cash, and we will be chasing up from here forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. So are we ready to vote? So all those in favour? Against? Councillor, so we've got the motion is carried, 4 votes to 2. So Councillor Little and Councillor Sander voted against the motion. So now we're moving on to item 17.4, which is the SBRC 2324_11 bulk water treatment chemicals. The officer's recommendation is that council enter into 5 contracts of supply with the following suppliers for the below listed chemicals: Omega Chemicals, Redox, ChemiPlus, Activated Carbon Technologies, and Coogee QCA. So someone to move that. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Happy to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So that ends our general meeting. So thank you everyone for attending, and we'll have a good rest of the evening. Thank you. And I just wanted to publicly thank Helen, who is has been diligently working away here, managing all the changes and things that we've done throughout the meeting. So thank you, Helen.